Check, check, check. Mic, check. Mic, check. A little higher. Check, 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 check. Barely. Mic check. Better, better. Mic check. 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2. Right there. Yep.
All right, you're gonna hate me. I'm gonna do something real quick. I'm gonna readjust you.
Hmm.
Do that mic check one more
Mic
time.
check. 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic. UNLV Rebels. UNLV Rebels. Check. Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay, and then let me know. I can adjust this if it's too loud now.
Go down just a little bit. Check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
More down.
A little bit. Mic check.
Or
Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Good afternoon, baseball fans. Welcome to Earl E. Wilson Stadium, where your hometown Rebels will take on the Spartans of Michigan State. We're looking forward to having two played today, the first being the 1 o'clock start with the second game starting at 45 minutes after the conclusion of the first game. Today you are looking at an absolutely awesome day for baseball. 67 degrees with light breezes blowing left to right. Today will be a beautiful day to play too. Looking forward to everybody peering in and the people watching from wherever they're at. Hope that you'll be able to have a good broadcast today. We're looking forward to really good baseball. Last night, Rebels took the first game of the season and the first game of the series 4-2. As we get ready to get the first pitch underway, let's set the outfield for your hometown Rebels. Starting from left to right, in left field, Austin Krizik. Center fielder, Rylan Charles. Right fielder, Joey Walls. At third base, Diego Alarcon. At shortstop, Gianni Horvat. At second base, Adarian Williams. And at first base, Austin Pfeiffer. And your battery mate today, behind the plate, we have Cole Andolgovi. And on the mound, sophomore Noah Beal. Beal's coming off of a year as a freshman with a 2-1 record, 6.69 ERA, 29 strikeouts, and 15 bases on balls. Walking up to the plate for the first pitch, we have the second baseman, number 1, Trent Farquhar. Beal, a big kid on the mound, good-looking right-hander. First pitch, strike, fastball right down the middle. Farquhar had a good night last night, going 2 for 5. Beal with the kick, swing and a miss, 0-2. Farquhar showed some really good defensive skills last night in the field also. The kick, high, fastball, 1-2. Beal over the top pitch. Kick, little Texas leaguer out into the left field. Austin Krizik makes the catch. That'll be 1 down. Heading to the plate, shortstop, Mitch Jebb. Last night, Mitch went 1 for 3, batting from the left side of the plate against the right-handed pitcher. First pitch, stretch, high and outside, ball 1. Second pitch, fouled off to the left side, 1-1. These righty-lefty matchups today are going to be pretty interesting as there's quite a bit of different depth into the lineups for both teams. Third pitch, high, 2-1 count. Last night, pitchers were pretty efficient with their pitches. Got a lot of pitches that were looked at, a lot of called strikes. But as the game went on, both starting pitchers found their groove, and it was pretty good to see that even with the first game of the season, things starting to roll for these kids. Okay, that's ball 4. So we have Jebb on first. And walking up to the plate, Zaid Walker, right fielder, junior. Getting the signals from his third base coach. And we'll walk you through the coaches here shortly. Pretty good lead for Farquhar at first base. No look. He takes off. High throw, stolen base. Farquhar on second base. Ball was high, 1-0. Farquhar had a good lead that time and got a great break on the pitch. Beal really didn't even pay attention to him much. And Farquhar takes advantage. So with one out, Farquhar takes his lead at second. Beal steps off. Coach Stolte walking out, questioning home plate umpire. Not exactly sure what the conversation would be. But as we get a chance, behind home plate, Michael Blinky. First base umpire, Dax Upton. Second base, John Casado. And third base, Alberto Ruiz. Beal pitching out of the stretch, checks the runner, delivers to home plate. High pop fly, infield. Third baseman calls off the catcher, makes the catch, stretches out, has to get down on the ground to get it. That's 2 outs. Coming to the plate, batting cleanup, Reese Trahey Jr. Last night, 0 for 3, but good-looking left-handed kid here. No batting gloves, reaches down the dirt, gets a little grip on the bat, steps up to the plate. Beal checks the runner, comes to home plate, outside fastball, ball 1. Beal was good, effective late in the season last year. As a freshman, struggled early to find his groove, but once he went to a good two-seamer, ended up finding some success. Second pitch, inside and low. Trahey backs out of the box, gets the signs from third base. Big lead at second for Farquhar. And the pitch, high, ball 3. This is one of the things that the coaching staff was really working on with Beal this year, is trying to get ahead in the count. At times last year when he got behind, started to stress a little bit, try to overthrow. Pitch, outside, ball 4. So Trahey takes his free pass down to first base. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. Walking up to the plate, left fielder, number 21, Jack Frank. Jack had a great night at the plate last night, going 2 for 4. Frank, a sophomore, big left-handed hitter. Takes ball 1 high. Looked like a fastball. Frank wasn't biting on that one. With 2 outs, he's going to be looking for a pitch to drive into the gap. Good leads for both runners on first and second. And the pitch swung on, foul ball, left side. Frank steps back into the box. Beal gets his sign. And the delivery. Slaps one down the left field line. That's going to get out of play into the Michigan State bullpen. Count 1 and 2, 2 outs. Runners on first and second. Outside pitch, little cutter, got away from him. Catcher gets over and makes a good stop in front of the plate. And Frank steps back into the box. The delivery at 2 and 2. Strike 3 called. So Frank doesn't agree with that pitch, but home plate umpire Michael Blinky says that's the pitch. So Beal gets a strikeout to end the inning. 2 runners left on. 2 bases on balls, 0 hits, 0 earned runs. We'll have the Rebels coming up in the bottom of the first. And I'll set the batting order as we come back. Welcome back to Earl E. Wilson Stadium. Again, an absolutely beautiful day today. As I'm walking into the field, a couple of the Michigan State players actually asked me what the temperature was today. So we're sitting at about 65 to 70 degrees, and they commented they hadn't seen this type of weather in quite a while. They've had a number of practices that they have not been able to get outside, having to work in the bubble on campus there. So they're really enjoying their time here in Vegas in this great baseball weather. As we look at the bottom of the first, as the Rebels come to the plate, here's the batting order for your Rebels. Batting first, number 25, Ryland Charles. Batting second, number 6, Diego Alarcon. Batting third, number 47, Austin Krizik. Batting fourth, number 23, Henry Zeisler. Batting fifth, number 2, Adarian Williams. Batting number 9, Joey Walls. Batting seventh, number 43, Cole Andavolgi. Batting eighth, first baseman, Austin Pfeiffer. And batting ninth, number 3, Giovanni Horvat. Stepping up to the plate, Ryland Charles, center fielder today, was in the right field slot last night. Moves over one, steps up to the plate. First pitch, strike, fastball down the middle. Ryland's a left-handed hitter. Last night went 2 for 5. Last year's campaign batted .306 as a freshman. Curveball in there for a low strike. 0-2 right off the bat. Third pitch, high. Fouled off behind the plate. On the mound today, Nick Powers for the Spartans. Good-looking left-handed kid. High leg kick, delivered to the plate. Strike 3 swinging. Good hook right there, low and away. Ryland Charles was fooled on that one. So we got one down in the bottom of the first. And up to the plate steps Diego Alarcon. Diego went 0 for 5 last night, which is extremely odd for him. Last year batted .336, all conference. Takes the first pitch high, 1-0. Powers set the deal. Fastball low, 2-0. Diego was one of the 3 Rebels that were picked preseason all-conference this year. Pitch, called strike on the outside corner. Powers steps towards the plate. Fastball down the middle. Alarcon gets a little bit of it, fouls it straight down to the dirt. 2-2. One out here in the bottom of the first. Outfield playing pretty much straight away. Infield deep. And the stretch. Powers taking a long time. Alarcon backs out. Umpire gives him the timeout. Alarcon steps back in. Powers ready to deal. And the pitch. High fly ball, center field. In play. Caught by the center fielder, Peter On. 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. Up to the plate. Steps left fielder, Austin Krizik. Austin went 2 for 4 last night. The 21 campaign hit .361. Solid player, made an unbelievable catch against the fence in left field last night in the the top of the ninth to save a run. Takes the first pitch, high and away. Krizik, a right-handed batter against the left-handed Powers. Powers comes to the plate. Little cutter on the outside, just outside, 2-0. Power set the deal. High. Fastball right down the middle, but a little high. 3-0. Krizik's a hitter that has the green light and 3-0. Coach Higgins at third base. Takes strike one, 3-1. Krizik's got that body that is just the Kirby Puckett type. Short, stocky, very muscular. Hits a high fly ball to left field. Outfielder drops the ball, gets caught up into the sun. Krizik on his horse gets all the way to second base. That will be an error on the left fielder, Jack Frank. Tough right there for him to catch that ball. He's fighting the sun the whole way. But Krizik, not taking anything for granted, rounds first base, ends up on second. So we've got 2 outs in the bottom of the first inning. Krizik on second base, and up to the plate steps in RDH, Hank Zeisler. Zeisler went 1 for 3 last night. Left-handed hitter against left pitcher. Checks the runner, comes home, curveball, strike one. Looked like Hank was keeping the bat on his shoulder the whole time that pitch. Gets the signs from third base coach Kevin Higgins. Powers checks the runner at second. Comes to the plate. Curveball low and away. Count is 1-1. Coaching staff for the Rebels. Head coach Stan Stolte. Third base coach Kevin Higgins. First base coach Mark Shannon. Powers checks a runner. Comes to the plate. Low and outside fastball. 2-1 count. Pitching coach for the Rebels, Corey Vanderhook. So the count's 2-1, 2 outs, bottom of the first. Powers comes to the plate. High cutter, just outside the zone. Hank takes a look at it, 3-1 count. Powers comes to the plate. Fastball right down the middle. Zeisler takes the pitch. Full count. So we're going to get Krizik in motion here. Looks down at third base coach Higgins. Powers comes to the plate. Spins. Fakes the throw to second base. No play there. Krizik gets back to the bag. Back off. Pretty decent lead. Shortstop, Jeb, faking to come back up to the bag, but the pitch, low and outside, almost gets away from the catcher. So Zeisler takes his base, first and second, 2 outs, bottom of the first, up steps to the plate, Darian Williams. Second baseman, right-handed hitter. Last night, ended up 1 for 3. But on the 2021 campaign, hit .360 and another preseason all-conference pick. Williams crowds the plate. First pitch swinging. Deep center field, but not deep enough. Center fielder Peter Ahn makes the play. Fighting the sun, end of the inning. So as we head to the top of the second inning, 1 error, 1 base on ball, no hits, 0 earned runs. We'll be back shortly. Fans, welcome back to Earl E. Wilson Stadium, home of your UNLV Rebels. As we head to the top of the second inning, looking back last night at the Friday recap, pitching staff did an incredible job for the Rebels last night with Josh Ibarra starting the game, going 5 innings pitched, giving up 5 hits with 4 Ks, 3 bases on balls. Starting the second inning, up to the plate, number 19, Brian Breaker. Bean, first pitch, outside, ball 1. Bean comes to the plate for pitch number 2, low and away, 2-0. Bean delivers off the hands right there for a foul ball. Almost looked like it worked inside of him, got a piece of the elbow, but it got the heel of the bat. So Breaker hits a ball up the middle. Giovanni Horvat, shortstop, makes a great play, coming across the bag, pulls the first baseman off. No, they do call him out. So Giovanni gets the ball delivered to first baseman Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer makes a great stretch, and that'll be it for Breaker. 1 out in the top of the second. Stepping up to the plate, Casey Mays, the designated hitter. Casey had a great night at the plate last night, going 2 for 4. Left-handed pitcher against the right-handed pitcher. Left-handed hitter against the right-handed pitcher. First pitch is fouled off, 0-1. Beal, short stretch, delivers, low and outside, 1-1. Then recapping last night, coming into the game for middle relief was Nick Rupp, who had a fantastic game. Mays swings at a high fastball, 1-2. But Rupp ends up coming in, pitches 2.2 innings, 4 Ks, 0 bases on balls, and had incredible control last night. Beal comes to the plate. Curveball low and away. 2-2. 1 down, top of the second. Beal delivers. Hot shot down the first base line right at Pfeiffer. Doesn't even have to move his feet. Makes a good catch at eye level, but a ball hit extremely hard. 2 feet left or right, that ball's down the line on the first base line or into the gap between first baseman and second baseman Williams. So 2 down, top of the second. Center fielder Peter On steps to the plate. Went 1 for 2 last night. Beal delivers, fastball, fouled off straight behind the plate. A lot of lefties in the lineup today for the Spartans, with the right-handed pitcher Beal coming to the plate. Little cutter on the outside, ball 1. Count being 1-1. Outfield playing shaded to the left against the left-handed pitcher, third baseman in on the grass. Fastball down the inside corner of the plate, swung on and missed. 1-2, 2 outs. Top of the second inning. Beal set to deliver. Fouled off down the left field line. With 2 strikes, infield backs up a bit. Center fielder moves more towards a straightaway play with the 2 strikes. On asks for time, steps back up to the plate. Beal delivers. Changeup. Gets some swinging right there. So Beal delivers when the Rebels need him, getting ahead in the count and getting the strikeout to end the inning. So at the end of the top of first, no hits, no runs, nobody left on base. Score is 0-0 going into the bottom of the second. And we'll be back shortly. Fans, welcome back to Earl E. Wilson Stadium, where the Rebels will come to the plate, bottom of the second, with batters Cole Andelvogi, Austin Pfeiffer, and shortstop Giovanni Horvat due up. Nick Powers on the mound for the Spartans. He's looked good, had very good control over the first inning. Casey Cole steps to the plate. First pitch swing and fastball. It's a liner into the gap, left field. Center fielder comes up with it. So first pitch swinging, Andelvogi lines into the single, takes a big round of first base, gets back. So runners on first with no outs, and stepping up to the plate. I apologize. That was Joey Walls that was up first. Now we have Andelvogi up to the plate. Playing catcher today. Giving Bajani a rest after his 9 innings last night. Second pitch, down the middle, called strike, 1-1. No outs, bottom of the second. Joey Walls on first. Taking a decent lead. Walls is a threat to run, stretching out a little bit. Fastball on the outside, 2-1. Powers pitching out of the stretch, checking the runner. Walls, quick throw to first base. Walls back in pretty easily. Those left-handed pitchers, that quick throw to first, sometimes as the runner's stepping to take the lead, can't catch him off guard. Andelvogi, hardliner down the left field line, and Walls is going to score all the way from first, with Andelvogi ending up at second with a double. Nice piece of hitting right there. Outfield was shaded over towards the right, but Andelvogi pulled the ball down the line with Walls on his horse, making it all the way home from first base. So that big lead that Walls was able to get gave him a jump on that, with Coach Higgins sending him automatically as he rounds second. So Andelvogi, double, no outs, steps to the plate. Austin Pfeiffer takes curveball, strike 1. Andelvogi did not play in the game last night, so he's off to a good start today. Oh, stretch, pitch, outside, high. Catcher does a great job right there. Breaker does a good job of keeping that ball in play, or Andelvogi easily takes the third base. Counts 1-1, no outs. Runner on second base. Powers checks him, comes to the plate. Big curveball right there, slapped out of play to the right side. Pfeiffer went 0 for 3 last night, coming off a .225 batting average in 2021. Big right-handed batter, first baseman, looking for a big year out of him. Takes a slap at a fastball by Powers. out of play. So the count's 1-2, no outs. Runner on second base. Powers isn't paying too much attention to the runner. Comes to the plate, low and inside, taken by Pfeiffer, 2-2. Pfeiffer, one of the local players on the Rebel roster, and we'll come back and tell you a little bit about the locals that are on the Rebel squad this year. Pfeiffer takes inside, jumps out of the way of that, works the count to full. So full count, Andovogi on second. Powers looking to get something done here, keep that runner there, hopefully punch out and help himself out. Pitch, strike right down the middle, swinging fastball that Pfeiffer could not catch up with. So one down here in the bottom of the second. Runner on second base, and up to the plate steps Giovanni Horvat, shortstop. Freshman, was on the roster last year but was injured all year and has earned that job as the the shortstop, and done an outstanding job so far in a game and a half. Takes the first pitch inside, 0-1. Horvat ended up going 0 for 3 last night with a sacrifice. Did his job when asked to get the bunt down and advance the runners. Second pitch, slap to the right side. Second baseman comes up with it, throws over to first base. Horvat's out there. On the play, Andovogi does take third base. So as we set bottom of the second inning, 2 outs. Runner on third. And the center fielder, Rylan Charles, steps up to the plate. So as we set bottom of the second inning, 2 outs. Runner on third. First pitch, low and outside. Charles struck out looking in the first inning. And we have a timeout on the field with pitching coach headed to the mound. Mark Vandermeed, assistant coach, pitching coach, handles the mound visits. Not sure what he saw right there, because Powers seemed to be looking pretty good at that point. But infield comes in for a little powwow. Umpire walking out to break up the meeting on the mound. So going back to the Rebels and the local players that we talked about with Pfeiffer when he was at the plate, out of the 35 players on the Rebels roster, 14 of them are from Las Vegas, with one of them coming from Reno up north, which equates to 40% of the roster being homegrown in the state of Nevada. Count 1-0 to Rylan Charles. Powers comes to the plate. High and inside, little cutter. Charles stays off of it. 2-0. Andovogi taking a short lead at third. No hold by the third baseman. Pitch comes from Powers. Nice pitch right down the middle. Little change up right there. I think that fooled Rylan a little bit. I think he was looking fastball with a 2-0 count. So now 2-1. Powers comes to the plate. High pop fly right in the middle of the infield. Third baseman calls off Powers. Makes an unbelievable catch right there. Fighting the sun, coming across the mound. Ends up making the catch for the second out of the inning. So upon further review, umpires say that third baseman Parker Pilot drops the ball. Andavogi comes in to score, and Rylan Charles heads up, gets all the way to second base. They're all calling that an error, which is hard to believe. That was a tough play right there, battling the sun and coming across the pitcher's mound. Pilot called off the pitcher Powers to make the play, but ended up dropping the ball, which we were blocked from view because every infielder was there trying to make a play. So Diego Alarcon at the plate, count 1-1, inside and low, ball 2. So Charles at second base, heads up running on that high fly ball. He was already rounding first base by the time ball got back into play and ended up with the second baseman coming to the mound, nobody covering the bag. So we got 2-1 to Alarcon, inside and low, ball 3. So the Rebels lead 2-0 on a tough play into the sun, high fly ball right over the mound. Alarcon looking to get Charles advanced, if not scoring. Powers makes a spin, fakes a throw to second base, but no one covering there. 3-1, 2 outs. Alarcon at the plate with Rylan Charles at second. Powers comes to the plate. Inside fastball pulled down the left field line, just foul. So we go to a full count here with 2 outs. Rylan Charles at second base. Rebels leading 2-0 over the Spartans. Looking to add one more run with 2 outs. Powers checks the runner. Comes to the plate. Alarcon hits a Texas leaguer. Center fielder's fighting the sun. Makes the play for the third out of the inning. But the Rebels do strike with 2 runs on 1 hit, 1 run, 1 error, 1 left on base at second. At the end of second, Rebels lead 2-0. We'll be back shortly. Fans, welcome back to Earl E. Wilson Stadium on the campus of UNLV, where the Rebels put 2 on the board in the bottom of the second and lead the Spartans 2-0. Bradley Beal back on the mound for the Rebels. Coming to the plate will be the third baseman, Parker Pilot. Going back on that Rebel local or state of Nevada roster, coaching staff has made a really big effort the last couple of years to keep our homegrown players here. First pitch from Beal, low and inside, but called strike. Pilot steps back up to the plate. Fastball right down the middle, 0-2. So Beal gets up on Pilot early in the count. Infield and outfield playing straight away. Big curveball from the righty. Called strike 3. So Beal, again, when he gets ahead in the count, he's got a great breaking ball and changeup. And not afraid to use that, especially against the right-handed pitcher or right-handed batter. Back to the top of the lineup for the Spartans. Trent Farquhar steps up to the plate. Swings at a fastball, misses, strike 1. So Beal set the deal, comes to the plate, another fastball, popped up, similar to the play last inning with the Spartans. Alarcon comes across, fights the sun, steps over the mound, and makes the catch. Not quite as high as the ball that was hit by the Rebels in the second inning. Ended up being an error by Pilot, the third baseman. But Alarcon, maybe a little bit more used to Earl E. Wilson and the mound area, makes the catch. So quickly we have 2 outs in the top of the third. And up steps to the plate, Mitch Jebb. Jebb walked in his first at bat. First pitch swinging. Stinger to shortstop. Eats him up. Almost takes the ball to the face. That's one of those Earl E. Wilson liners that end up taking a big bounce and really gets into the body of Giovanni Horvat. I believe that will be called a hit. Officially a hit because of the hard liner. Zaid Walker comes up to the plate. First pitch swinging. High. Deep left field. That ball is out of here. Walker turns on the first pitch from Beal and puts it almost over the scoreboard here at Earl E. Wilson, and that was not wind aided. That was just turned on. So Walker, with one swing of the bat, ties up the game with 2 outs in the top of the third inning, and is mobbed by his players coming back to the dugout, and is awarded the gold Spartan helmet for a home run as he gets to the dugout. So, kind of the old turnover chain. Spartans have a gold Spartan helmet, which is awesome. Up at the plate, Reese Trahey, first baseman, takes first pitch high and inside, ball 1. Trahey walked in his first at bat, takes fastball down the middle, 1-1. So Walker comes up to the plate, first pitch swinging, puts it over the left field wall, ties this ball game. Beal comes to the plate, changeup. A little early on the swing, Trahey. Beal ahead in the count, 1-2. 2 outs, 1-2. The pitch just outside. Trahey looking at that one. Catcher framing it, but not quite enough to make the umpire bite on that one. So count being 2-2. 2 outs. Beal comes to the plate. Soft liner to the second baseman. Darian Williams stays down on it. As Trahey actually slips coming out of the batter's box. So easy play to end the inning. But damage done. 2 hits, 2 runs, no errors, nobody left on base. And at the end of the top of the third, we have a tie score, 2-2, with the Rebels coming to the plate. We'll be back shortly. Fans, welcome back to Earl E. Wilson Stadium here on the campus of UNLV. Big inning for the Spartans, top of the third, with Zaid Walker's first home run of the season, monster shot over the left field wall to tie up the game. So Rebels will be looking to make up the deficit here that they gave up in the top of the inning. Score is tied 2-2 with Austin Krizik coming to the plate. Nick Powers still on the mound. We've got lefty pitcher on righty batter here. Krizik's first at bat. Lined out, 0 for 1. Takes the first pitch, low and inside, but called strike. Krizik, no batting gloves on, picks up some dirt, rubs it, steps back in. Powers comes to the plate, big sweeping curveball that just misses outside. Good pitch right there. Counts 1-1. Powers comes to the plate. Curveball hammered to deep center field. But plenty of room for the center fielder, Peter On, to make the play. So Krizik flies out to deep center. We have one down in the bottom of the third with the score tied 2-2. Up to the plate steps up the designated hitter, Hank Zeisler. Left-handed pitcher takes the first pitch down the middle for a called strike. Zeisler walked his first at bat. Powers to the plate. Strike called, outside corner. Nice fastball there by Powers. Hank steps out of the batter's box, adjusts his batting gloves. Back in. Left-handed hitter swings, just catches a piece of that for a foul ball. Count still stands at 0-2. On deck, we have second baseman Darian Williams. Zeisler takes high and inside for the first ball. Count being 1-2, one out. Top of the third, tied at 2. Powers comes to the plate, big sweeping curveball down the line to the first baseman, flips over to the pitcher. Powers covering the bag and just beats the runner. So nice play by both the first baseman, Reese Trahey, and Nick Powers teaming up to make that tough play at first base. So 2 outs, bottom of the third inning. Up to the plate steps second baseman Darian Williams. Again, Darian hitting .360 on last year's campaign, looking to build on that success. Takes the first pitch, curveball, strike 1. Darian is 0 for 1. Powers comes to the plate inside. Called ball, 1-1. Powers pitches at a really good pace. Throws low and away, ball 2. Powers isn't wasting any time. He's up there ready to go, regardless of what's going on at the plate with the batters. Comes to the plate, nice changeup right there. Swung above the ball. Counts 2-2 with 2 outs, nobody on. Bottom of the third with the score tied 2-2. Powers delivery. Williams hits the ball down to the shortstop. Over across the diamond to first for the out. So Rebels come up with nothing in the bottom of the third. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. So at the bottom of 3, the Rebels and Spartans are tied at 2. We'll be back shortly. Baseball fans, welcome back to Rebel Baseball here on the campus of UNLV. We're heading into the top of the fourth with the score tied at 2. We talked about Power's pace of pitch last inning. One of the things that has really changed the game in college is the catchers are now wearing wireless earpieces, so they're not reliant on the pitching coaches giving them a signal, and it's really sped up the pace of the game. So those pitchers that like a fast pace aren't having to wait. It's putting more pressure on the pitchers. Stepping up to the plate, Jack Frank. Jack takes first pitch, low and inside, 1-0. Frank, slow dribbler up the middle. Horvat comes up with the ball, but way too late. Frank hustling down the line, ends up infield single. So Spartans looking to continue the momentum that they had at the end of last inning. Frank on first base. Up to the plate. Steps the catcher, Brian Bricker. Frank taking a pretty decent lead off of first. Beal checks him, comes to the plate. Frank going. High throw from the catcher. Not a chance. Frank had a great break on the ball right there. And after one pitch, he's on second base with no outs. Bricker looking to advance the runner. Count being 1-0. Beal checks the runner, but nobody covering. Comes to the plate. Inside, strike one. Bricker was looking at that one all the way. Checks over the dugout for sign. Looks like the base paths are being coached from the dugout, not third base coach. Counts 1-1, no outs. Frank on second, and the pitch outside, low and away. Count goes to 2-1. So going back to the wireless mic that the pitching coaches are giving to the catcher for pitches, they're not only getting the pitches, they're setting the infield. So it really speeds up the game, and it's been a real positive thing for college baseball. Beal comes to the plate, high and inside. Bricker takes it. 3-1 count with Frank on second base. No outs. Beal looking to get out of an early inning jam here with no outs. Comes to the plate. Slapped into right field. Caught right there by Joey Walls. Gets the ball back into the infield. Joey makes a good play running to his left, coming up hard. Makes a pretty tough play look relatively easy. Runners can't advance. So one down, and up to the plate steps Casey Mays. Mays 0 for 1 so far on the day. Left-handed pitcher. Crouch stance. I think he can generate the power there. He's a good-looking kid. Really good-looking upper body. So I imagine the strength comes out of that crouch for him to explode onto the ball. Takes the first pitch high and inside, 1-0. Beal's second pitch is hit by the left-handed batter down the left field line, but out of play. So the count to Mays is 1-1, 1 out. Jack Frank on second base for the Spartans. Looking to capitalize on that hit in the first inning, or first at bat. Second pitch back to Mays is fouled back, straight back, with the count going to 1-2. Frank at second base being held on, not a big lead there. Beal comes to the plate, high. Pop fly into the left field. And Austin Krizik makes a great diving play coming to the foul line. Alarcon had worked his way out towards the left field line, as well as the shortstop, Hovani. Krizik calls him off and makes a sliding catch for the second out of the inning. So this is just another example of the outfield here for the Rebels. Very, very sound on the outfield defense. Krizik continues to make unbelievable catches. So 2 outs here in the top of the 4th. Runner on second base. Timeout called. Pitching coach Corey Vanderhook headed to the mound. Waiting to get into the batter's box is Peter On, the center fielder, who struck out his previous at bat. Umpire walking out to break up the meeting on the mound with all the infielders. 2 outs. Beal doesn't seem to be in any trouble, but it looks more like they're setting the infield because most of the conversation had to do with the shortstop and second baseman. So first visit for the Rebels to the mound this inning. And up steps to the plate, Peter On, left-handed hitter. Center fielder's made some great catches today. First pitch swinging, ball tapped down the first base line, foul. So quickly Beal goes 0-1 on the count with 2 outs. Jack Frank at second base got a great break on that ball, so if it does get by the first baseman, he easily scores. Beal coming with second pitch in the at-bat. Fastball hit deep down the left field line, but that's going to get out and get into the Spartan bullpen. So quickly, Beal goes to 0-2 on Peter On. And we talked about Beal getting ahead in the count, so it'll be interesting to see what he does with this pitch right here. Working quickly, Beal comes to the plate. Fastball. Hit down to the second baseman, Williams. Easily throws on out for the 3rd out of the inning. So, top of the 4th inning, 0 runs, 1 hit, no errors with 1 left on base. Going into the bottom of the 4th, we're tied at 2 with the Rebels coming up. We'll be back shortly. Fans, welcome back to Earl E. Wilson Stadium here on the campus of UNLV. Going into the bottom of the 4th inning, score tied at 2. Dan Dolby on the call here. Unbelievable day for baseball. In fact, we're going to play 2 just because it's such a nice day. Powers back on the mound. At bat, Joey Walls takes the first pitch, fouled straight behind the home plate. Counts 0-1. Walls drives the ball down to shortstop. Shortstop makes a play deep in the hole. Strong arm. Walls out by about 2 steps. So the shortstop, Mitch Jebb, making that look relatively easy on a really hard ball hit. He was standing on the grass, so long throw over to first, but does get Wall in time. 1 out. Stepping up to the plate, catcher Cole Andavolgi. Andavolgi's first year here with the Rebels. Expecting big things from the big catcher. Backing up Bajani, who is a preseason all-conference player this year and was all-conference last year. So Andavolgi getting the start here, the first game of the doubleheader, and I would imagine we'll see Bajani in the second game. Second pitch, big swing. Early on the changeup coming from Powers. Counts 1-1 with 1 out. Powers deals high and away. Andavolgi just lays off that. Checks his swing. So 2-1. Powers comes to the plate, fastball low and inside. Andavolgi can't lay off that big swing, but a swing and a miss for the count, moving to 2-2, 1 out. Pitch again deep to shortstop. Andavolgi is out by about 4 or 5 steps, so that's 2 great plays by the shortstop, Mitch Jebb. Very solid player right there, sophomore. So 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Up to the plate steps Austin Pfeiffer. 0 for 1 in the game. Takes a big sweeping curveball. Nice pitch, called strike. So Pfeiffer hitting from the right side of the plate against the left-handed pitcher. Looking for something to drive here. Just missed on the inside corner with the fastball. Count goes to 1-1. 2 outs here. Bottom of the 4th inning. Score tied at 2. Powers, fastball down the inside, fouled off behind home plate by Pfeiffer. Big cut right there. Powers ahead in the count at 1-2. Looking to finish the Rebels off here in the bottom of the 4th. Powers pitch, slap down the third base line, gets into the dugout of the Spartans. Stays at 1-2. Counts 1-2, 2 outs. Powers comes to the plate. Pfeiffer! Line drive over the shortstop's head, just out of reach. Takes a big round of first base. So Pfeiffer gets his first hit of the season. Nice solid hitting right there, being behind in the count. Shortstop, who's made 2 great plays this inning, just couldn't get to that ball. So first base is occupied by Austin Pfeiffer. 2 outs, and up to the plate, shortstop Giovanni Horvat. Horvat takes the first pitch, high and outside. Ball 1. Pfeiffer's a big, strong kid, and when he gets the barrel of the bat on the ball, it's going places. Pfeiffer short lead at first, being checked, coming to the plate. Horvat swing, foul ball, right field, out of play. So the count evens up at 1s, 2 outs. Pfeiffer at first. Powers looking to get out of this inning with no damage, giving up a 2-out single. Powers comes to the plate, fouled directly behind home plate. Powers now ahead in the count, 1-2 with 2 outs. Giovanni winning the shortstop job this year. He's looking for his first hit of the season. Powers comes to the plate. Swing, strike 3. So Powers works his way out of a little bit of a trouble with a 2-out after a 2-out single. So as we move to the top of the 5th inning, 0 runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on. And at the end of 4, the Spartans and Rebels are tied at 2. We'll be back shortly. Fans, we're back here for Rebel Baseball. Playing the first of two today with this 1 o'clock start. The second game will have first pitch about 45 minutes after the end of the first game. So we're moving along pretty well at a good pace here. So looking forward to getting both these games played in the sun, not turning on the lights. Homestand will conclude tomorrow on Sunday with the Spartans. It will be a 12:05 first pitch. Beal back on the mound for the Rebels. At the plate, Parker Pilot takes the first pitch inside, ball one. Beal's second pitch is slapped down the right field line, just curving foul, evening up the count at 1-1. Beal heading into the fifth inning has given up 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 3 strikeouts with 2 free passes. So looking to shut the Spartans down here and try to get the Rebels bats going once again. Count 1-1. Fastball down the middle, fouled off to the right side, out of play. So Parker, another good-sized kid in this Spartan lineup. A lot of tall, good-looking guys. Takes high. Ball 2. So the count evens up at 2-2. But these Spartans look like they have spent a lot of time in the weight room. And it's showing with some of the power that they're hitting. This is a very good Big Ten baseball team. Pilot, slow roller down to third base. Alarcon coming across the grass, makes the play, gets the ball to first, 1 out. So nice play by Alarcon. And even though Alarcon has been a really good hitter for the Rebels over the last couple of years, I think his defensive play is very underrated. Very few errors in the season last year, and looking to keep that momentum going this year. Stepping up to the plate, Trent Farquhar for his third at bat. He's 0 for 2 on the day. Third baseman Alarcon playing in. Called strike on the inside corner to even the count up at 1-1 with 1 out. Beal also working at a very fast pace. Comes to the plate, low and away fastball. Count goes to 2-1. Again, Alarcon playing way in on the grass against the left-handed pitcher. Farquhar fouls one off over the press box here to even up the count at 2-2. Alarcon now with 2 strikes, backs up, back onto the dirt. Beal comes to the plate. Fouls one off his foot. That one looked like it hurt. Farquhar hobbling a little bit, looks over to the dugout, says he's fine. So the count's still 2-2, 1 out, nobody on, with the game tied at 2 in the top of the 5th inning. Beal comes to the plate. Rocket down the first base line, but just foul of the bag. That stays another foot inside the bag. That's probably a 2, maybe 3 base hit for Farquhar. 2-2. Big sweeping curveball just misses on the outside corner to take the count full. So Farquhar at the plate takes ball 4. Outside pitch by Beal. He thought he had it, but Farquhar gets the pass to first base. So 1 on with 1 out. And shortstop Mitch Jebb steps in. Another left-handed hitter. Made 2 great defensive plays deep in the hole last inning against the Rebels. In the box, Beal set to deal. Throws over to first. High throw. No play. Farquhar not too far off the bag. So easily back into first base. So Jeb is 1 for 1 with a free pass. Another throw over to first. Farquhar easily back in. Jeb back into the batter's box. Farquhar takes a little bigger lead this time. Beal checks him, throws back over, high throw. Not even close. Time called with the catcher. Andelvogie headed out to talk to Beal. Looks like they are a little off sync with their plays over to first. They must be thinking that Farquhar is a threat to go because there's been 3 straight throws over to first base. Umpire breaks up the meeting. Must be thinking that Farquhar is a threat to go because there's been 3 straight throws over to first base. Umpire breaks up the meeting. Now we get another timeout with the head coach, Stan Stolte, making a mound visit. So generally when there's just going to be a conversation, Corey Vanderhook, the pitching coach, comes out, but Stan Stolte is going to the bullpen. So we will have a pitching change with Beal getting 4 1/3 innings in, leaving with a tie score at 2s. We'll take a short break, come back and set the relief pitcher for you. You're listening to UNLV Rebel Baseball Radio. As we return to play, we have a pitching change for the Rebels. Taking the mound is number 41, Noah Matera. Noah is a sophomore, left-handed pitcher. Last year, high ERA at 11.08. Made 8 appearances, 5 strikeouts, 3 walks, and looks to shut down the Spartans here with 1 out in the top of the 5th. Runner on first base, Trent Farquhar, the second baseman. And Mitch Jebb at the plate. Left-handed hitter, left-handed pitcher. First pitch, low and in the dirt. Counts 1-0. So Matera, compared to last year, has put on some size. I know that the Rebels are looking for him to be that middle guy that can come in and get the shutouts that are needed when the opposing teams have runners on base. So Matera deals, ball fouled straight back, evens the counts at 1s. So we have 1 out, count being 1-1. Farquhar takes a pretty decent lead at first base. Comes to the plate, hammered into the gap in left center field. Charles over there to pick up the ball. That's going to be a double. They're sending him home from first base, and Farquhar slides in with an errant throw. So Farquhar scores all the way from first base. Third base coach was wheeling him all the way. Very good relay, but an errant throw to the catcher. And Farquhar slides head first, safe at home. And Mitch Jebb ends up all the way over to third base with the catcher having to chase the ball back to the backstop. Up to the plate, Zayed Walker. First pitch called strike. Walker, if you remember from 2 innings ago, hit a massive shot to left field to tie up the ball game. Takes a curveball check swing, but is called strike. So the count's 0-2, 1 out. Mitch Jebb on third base. Rebels looking to hold him here. Matera comes to the plate. Strike. Just got it. Walker just got a piece of that. Andovolgi had it in his glove, but did fall out. So Walker stays alive at 0-2. Righty batter, left-handed pitcher. Matera comes to the plate. Big bender right there for a swing and a miss. Good pitch right there by Matera. Very much needed to get that second out in the inning. Stepping up to the plate now, first baseman Reese Trahey. Trahey is walked. Left-handed batter takes the first pitch. Curveball in for a called strike. So 2 outs. Spartans scoring in this inning. Up 3-2 for the game. Matera dealing from the left side. Outside fastball. That's a ball. Evens up the count at 1s. Outfield playing relatively deep, but straight away. Matera comes to the plate. Called strike on the outside part of the plate. That was a fastball. Much needed to get ahead in the count. So Matera is ahead 2 strikes with 1 ball. 2 outs. Runner on third. And the pitch. Fouled straight back over the press box here. Count stays at 1-2. Matera looks in for the sign, checks the runner. Comes to the plate, outside curveball. Evens up the count at 2-2. Trahey thought about getting after that one with 2 strikes to protect the plate. Holds up. Next pitch, again, almost the same pitch on the outside of the plate, but far enough off that it doesn't get called. Trahey, good eye right there. So the count goes full. 2 outs. Matera comes to the plate. Again, outside curveball taken for a free pass to first base. So now we have runners on first and third. 2 outs. And stepping up to the plate is Jack Frank. Jack Frank is the left fielder. Is 1 for 2 for the game with 1 strikeout. Again, another left-handed pitcher or batter against our left-handed pitcher. First pitch bounced in the dirt. Only went about 55 feet, but nice block right there by the catcher, Cole Andovolgi. No advancement by the runners. Count 1-0. They are holding the runner on first base. pitch, swung on and missed. Count goes to 1-1. Catcher Andelvogie giving defensive signs to the infield with second base open. They may be looking at Trahey trying to advance. So the defensive play is set. Frank swings and misses on a slow sweeping curveball. Count goes to 1-2. So, top of the fifth inning. 2 outs. Count being 1-2 to Jack Frank. And the runner goes. And he is let go. So almost a pitcher's indifference right there. He was actually looking to get, he being Trahey, looking to get in a rundown so that the runner from third could advance. But the Rebels weren't biting on that, but it is an easy stolen base to second, so runners on second and third. Outside pitch, it gets away, play at the plate, safe! Mitch Jebb slides just under the tag. So Andelvogie, ball gets away from him, being in the dirt. Matera covering at home plate, just couldn't get there in time. So the Spartans strike again on a wild pitch by Noah Matera. So the count's 2-2 to Jack Frank. Fastball down the middle, fouled off to the right side. Count stays 2-2. So the Spartans have really kind of ham and egged it this inning. Matera comes to the plate. Swing and a miss to end the inning, but the damage is done. The Spartans of Michigan State score 2 on 2 hits. No errors, but a wild pitch. And one runner left on third. So as we head to the bottom of the fifth inning, the Spartans take the lead 4-2. We'll be back shortly. Fans, as we return to Earl E. Wilson Stadium, the Spartans take the lead at the top of the fifth inning, and we have a pitching change for the Spartans. Heading to the mound is number 31, Connor Tomasic. Tomasic, a 6'1", 177-pound junior, right-hander out of Sherrville, Indiana. Went to Lake Central High School getting to Michigan State by way of South Suburban City College. So righty coming up for the Spartans. Tomasic will try to limit the Rebels here. Keep the lead that they built in that last inning. And that closes the day on Nick Powers. And we'll come back to you with his numbers for the day. To start off the bottom of the fifth inning, center fielder Rylan Charles will step to the plate, a left-handed hitter. Ryland is 0 for 2 on the day with one punch out. Looking to get the Rebels bats going. Spartans have not allowed a hit since the second inning. So Ryland looking to change that trend. Steps up to the plate. Tomasic pitching out of the stretch. Comes to the plate. Lays down a bunt down the third base line. Charles is going to beat that one out easily. They had the shift on towards third base, but the third baseman was playing pretty deep. Wasn't able to come up. Ryland laying down a very good bunt that almost died about 15 feet before it got to the first cut of grass. So Rebels start off the inning with an infield bunt single with Diego Alarcon, the third baseman, coming up. Diego looking for his first hit of the season. Batted .336 last year. Takes the pitch outside for ball one. Alarcon, again, all conference last year, preseason pick for all conference this year. Off to a little bit of a slow start, but it's still early. First pitch swinging, deep drive, left field. That ball's got enough to get out of here, and it is! Two-run homer for Diego Alarcon. Driving in, Ryland Charles, who was camped at first base. So with one swing of the bat, Diego Alarcon ends up tying this game. That's the Diego Alarcon we're used to seeing. So Tomasic comes in hoping to shut the Rebels down, but gives up a two-run homer to tie this game in the bottom of the fifth with no outs. Up steps to the plate, right-handed hitter Austin Krizik. Takes high and outside. 1-0's the count. Second pitch. Ooh, big swing by Krizik, but fastball gets by him for a strike to even the count at 1-1. Tomasic comes to the plate, fouled off down the right field line by Krizik. Makes the count 1-2. Krizik looking for his first hit of the day after going 2 for 4 last night in the first game of the campaign. Tomasic sets, comes to the plate, outside fastball, off the plate, even the count at 2-2. Tomasic also working at a very fast pace, looks in, sets, kicks, delivers, fastball low, swung on a miss by Krizik for out number one. So Tomasic, very important to get that strikeout after that home run blast by Alarcon, settle in a little bit, and now faces the DH, left-handed pitcher, Hank Zeisler. Hank is 0 for 1 with a walk. Sets and slams a ball right into the gap, center field and right, and he's going for two. This is going to be a close play. Hank is in there for a double. Great hustle on the base pass by the big man. He's got wheels. He actually had 36 stolen bases in high school. So a big stature guy is Zeisler, but good wheels. And that's one of the things that we were talking to the coaching staff on, is the aggressiveness on the base path. Last night, 3 stolen bases. Darian Williams, the second baseman, steps up to the plate, right-handed hitter, looking to move Zeisler over. Outside curveball just catches the plate for a strike. Count is 0-1. Zeisler taking a big lead at second base. Tomasic steps towards the plate. Another sweeping curveball. With this one, it looked like the same pitch. Is not called. Evens up the count at 1-1. 1 out. Zeisler on second base. Williams at the plate. Tomczyk comes to the plate. Ball in the dirt. Good block by the catcher Breaker. Takes the count to 2-1 with 1 out. Bottom of the 5th inning. The score tied at 4s. Tomczyk sets. Delivers. Big sweeping curveball to the right-handed pitcher or batter. Catches the outside of the plate. Takes the count to 2-2. That's a nice pitch right there. At a time he really needed that. Tomczyk sets. Checks the runner at second. Comes to home plate. Fastball on the outside. Swung on and missed by Adarian Williams. So Williams fails to move Zeisler over from second base. 2 outs in the inning. And up to the plate steps the right fielder, Joey Walls. Joey Walls is 1 for 2 today with a line gapper between center field and right, looking to do some damage here. The pitch takes high, inside. Walls turns away from that. Didn't make much of an attempt to get out of the way, but ball does miss him. Tomczyk sets. An outside fastball swung on and missed to even the count at 1-1. So 2 outs. Hank Zeisler at second base. Big lead. Tomczyk looks in and gets the sign. Set to deliver. Checks the runner. Pitch. Fastball right down the pipe. Looked at for a strike. Count goes to 1-2. So infield playing straight up. Outfield relatively deep. Tomczyk ahead in the count. Delivers way outside for ball number 2. He was trying to get Walls to chase that one. But Walls showing some discipline. 2-2 is the count. 2 outs. Pitched by Tomczyk. Fastball swung on a miss by Joey Walls to make the 3rd out of the inning. 2 runs on 2 hits, 0 errors, 1 man left on base. And at the end of 5, we have a tie score, 4-4. Your Rebels and the Spartans of Michigan State. We look forward to being back here shortly. Rebel fans, we bring you back to Earl E. Wilson Stadium here on the campus of UNLV. Heading into the top of the 6th inning, all knotted up at 4s, and we have a pitching change for the Rebels. Number 12, Troy Balco, steps to the mound. Big kid at 6'3", 205 pounds. He's a junior out of Peoria, Arizona. On the campaign last year, big kid at 6'3", 205 pounds, Balco carried an ERA of 3.38, 11 appearances, 21 innings pitched, 22 strikeouts to 6 bases on balls, so pretty good ratio. Big right hand, hard throwing Troy Balco comes in with the score tied at 4, looking to shut the Spartans down in the top of the 6th. Talked about the aggressiveness of the Rebels on the base path. We also saw that from the Spartans last inning, where Farquhar came all the way around from first base, and the third base coach was wheeling him as soon as he rounded second base. So third base coach, knowing the speed of Farquhar, was sending him all the way. Rebels come back with a huge blast by Diego Alarcon. 2-run home run to tie up the game. So new game for the Rebels and Spartans. Up to the plate steps up Brian Breaker. Breaker is 0-2 for the game. Breaker is the catcher. Right-handed hitter. 0-1 count. Balco comes to the plate. Low and away. Ball 1. So the count's down to 1-1 with Breaker crowding the plate to the big right-hander, Balco. And the pitch, good curveball for a called strike. Take the count to 1-2. Balco has pretty much for his career been a middle inning guy for the Rebels. It looks like that is going to continue for him. Coming to the plate, deep ground ball to shortstop, Horvat. Long throw, dug out by Austin Pfeiffer at first for the out. Very close play at first base. But Horvat showing great range and a good arm to get that ball over, but more importantly, Pfeiffer digging that one out of the dirt. So we have 1 out in the top of the 6th with Casey Mays stepping to the plate. 0 for 2 for the game. Left-handed pitcher. Balco gets the sign. Short stride. Fastball called strike. 0-1. So again, Balco trying to find his niche on this staff. He's done a very good job, especially late in the season last year. And the Rebels are counting on him to be a big part of this pitching staff this year. Second pitch, fastball, called strike on the outside part of the plate to the left-handed hitter. Balco quickly ahead in the count, 0-2. Balco comes to the plate, inside, low, at the feed of Casey Mays, which moves the count to 1-2. Infield and outfield playing relatively straight up. Outfield a little deeper than normal. Pitch on the outside corner. Looked like a little cutter off the plate, though, to even the count at 2-2. Balco gets the sign. Slow motion right now. Comes to the plate, but fastball in the inside corner, swung on and miss. 4-strike 3. So 2 outs in the top of the 6th inning. Balco doing his job so far. And in talking to pitching coach Corey Vanderhook, the depth of the Rebel bullpen this year is going to be one of the strengths, which has been one of the weaknesses for the past few years for the Rebels. So with the addition of some transfers, some freshmen coming in, and the veterans, they're looking for a good bullpen. Peter on, goes to lay the bunt, pops it up, And the catcher, Cole Avogoli, makes a diving catch for the third out of the inning. So a 2-out bunt in foul territory. An amazing play by Andel Govey to make the third out of the inning. So Balco comes in, does his job, and we head to the bottom of the sixth inning with the score still tied 4-4. We will return after a short break. Welcome back to Rebel Baseball. Here on the campus of UNLV on a beautiful day for baseball. Hell, it'd be a beautiful day to do about anything outside. With the temperature about 70 degrees with a very light breeze now coming in directly from center field. But not a factor in any of the fly balls so far this game. Connor Tomazic will return to the mound for the Spartans. Stepping up to the plate will be a pinch hitter, Eric Bajani, last night's starter behind the plate. And hammers the first ball he sees right by shortstop. Line drive, base hit. Bajani sees the first pitch he likes, takes it right up the gut. So Bajani comes in, most likely will be behind the plate. Base hit, up steps to the plate, Austin Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer takes low and outside for ball one. Pfeiffer is 1 for 2 on the day with 1 strikeout. Looking to get a little bit of momentum going after a good inning last inning for the Rebels in the 5th. Want to know the count? Pfeiffer fouls it behind the stands, even up the count at 1-1. Bajani is one of the most consistent players for the Rebels. Even being the captain behind the plate, they count on him to get that bat going. Pitch fouled down the right field line, out of play. Counts 1-2. Pfeiffer, right-handed batter against the right-handed pitcher, Tomazic. Counts 1-2, no outs, and the pitch. Low and outside, just off the plate. Hard to lay off that one, but Pfeiffer does, and is a called ball for a count of 2-2. Those are ones that are hard to lay off, but Pfeiffer did and benefited from it being just off the plate. Tomazic sets. Outside. Takes the count full. So with no outs, pinch hitter Eric Bajani on first after a line single. Full count to Pfeiffer. No outs. Score tied at 4s. Tomazic sets. Throws to first. No play. Bajani easily back in. Bajani not much of a threat to run. Takes a short lead. They're looking maybe hit and run at that point. Keeping him close. Tomazic sets. Count full. Slow roller up the gut. Shortstop comes across, makes the play at first base. Bajani advances to second. So Pfeiffer gets the runner over off of a slow roller to the shortstop. And Mitch Jebb had no choice but to go to first base because Bajani had broken on the ball. So 1 out, bottom of the 6th inning. Up to the plate steps the shortstop, Giovanni Horvat. Horvat, again, looking for his first hit of the season. Struck out his last at bat. Tomazic comes, curveball on the outside. Catcher reaches across to get it. Count goes 1-0. Struck out his last at bat. Tomazic comes, curveball on the outside. Second pitch from Tomazic to Horvat. Fastball fouled high, but down the right field line, out of play. Count evens 1-1. Horvat looks down to third base coach Kevin Higgins for the sign, steps into the box, crowding the plate against the right-handed pitcher. And the pitch. Line shot, gap to right. That is going to be all the way to the fence. Bajani's going to score. Horvat rounds second base. There will be a play at third base, but he is in there safely for a triple by Giovanni Horvat. Bajani comes all the way in to score, with the Rebels taking a 1-run lead. So for the first hit of the season and his college career, Giovanni Horvat makes it a big one with a triple. Horvat extremely excited, big smile on his face, talking to third base coach Kevin Higgins. And up to the plate steps up the leadoff hitter, Rylan Charles. Rylan is 1 for 3 on the day. Runner on third, Horvat. Deep shot to center field. Center fielder going way back, fighting the sun. Caught, tags up Giovanni Horvat at third, and easily comes across the plate for another Rebel run. So Charles does his job by getting the deep fly, scoring the second run of the inning for the Rebels. So going back into the lineup, Pfeiffer did his job in advancing Bajani to second base. And then Charles does his job by getting the sacrifice fly and scoring Giovanni Horvat from third base. Diego Alarcon, who homered last at bat, up to the plate and hits a liner into the gap left field. Left fielder comes over, makes the play. Alarcon takes a big turn at first base, and the Rebels have another base runner. So Alarcon, after going 0 for 8 to start the season, goes 2 for 2 in his last 2 at bats. So 2 outs, bottom of the 6th inning. Alarcon at first base. Austin Krizik steps up to the plate, right-handed hitter. Tomazic checking the runner. Comes to the plate. Big sweeping curveball, just misses high. Counts 1-0. Nobody up in the Spartan bullpen at this point. So right now it's Tomazic's game. Second pitch. Again, high. Another curveball. It looks like we're starting to get a little bit of action down in the Spartan bullpen, but nobody looks like they're ready. So Tomazic comes to the plate against Krizik. Check swing, foul. Take the count to 2-1. Austin Krizik, our left fielder, great defense, and a hitter that we can consistently count on here for the Rebels. The pitch, swung on a miss, strike 2. Krizik shaking his head. Thinks he should have got a hold of that one, but a nice pitch by Tomazic. So the count goes to 2-2 with 2 outs. Bottom of the sixth inning. Alarcon at first. The pitch, high fastball, laid off by Krizik, 3-2. So Alarcon should be moving on the pitch. Krizik looking to be selective with his pitch, but gets something he can drive. And the pitch. Swung on a miss, strike 3 to end the inning. But the Rebels do score 2. So at the end of 6, 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors, 1 runner stranded. Going to the top of the 7th, the Rebels lead 6-4. We will be right back with Rebel Baseball. Welcome back to Rebel Baseball here on the campus of UNLV, Earl E. Wilson Stadium on a glorious Saturday afternoon, the first of 2 with the Spartans on this doubleheader and the second of 4-game series. Troy Balco back on the mound with Eric Bajani coming in after pitch hitting, taking over duties behind the plate. Up to the plate steps Parker Pilot. Pilot is 0 for 2 on the day with 1 strikeout. Pilot is the 9th batter, playing third base. Balco comes to the plate. Low gets away from Bajani, all the way to the backstop. Counts 1-0. Coach Stolte coming out to home plate for a conversation with home plate umpire Michael Blinky. Looks like there might be an equipment issue with Eric Bajani's chest protector. Pitching coach Vanderhook comes out to adjust the gear of the catcher. After the Rebels finish with their 4-game series here against Michigan State, the Rebels will be on the road on Tuesday up in St. George playing Dixie State on a midweek game. And then leaving Thursday to play a 3-game series at the Tony Gwynn Classic down in San Diego. 2 games against the University of San Diego and the University of Hawaii. Back to play. Balco, 1-0 count. Throws high and inside. Take the count to 2-0 on Parker Pilot. Balco comes to the plate. High fastball. Laid off by Pilot. Count goes to 3-0. This is where Balco needs to find his groove and not let batters on base with no outs in the inning, but throws high and inside for 4 straight balls. So Pilot takes his walk to first base and up steps to the plate the second baseman, Trent Farquhar. Farquhar is 0 for 2 with a walk, but was able to come all the way home from first base on a ball that was hit in the gap earlier in the game. Farquhar, the left-handed hitter, takes the first pitch and drives a strong line drive to center field. Play at second, no play at third base. Pilot was on his horse, getting all the way to third. Farquhar stopping at second. So the Spartans have something going in the top of the seventh with no outs, runners on first and third. Pilot did go into third base very awkwardly, and the trainer is now coming out as Pilot sits down, and the trainer looks to see what the issue is. Pilot pops up, limping little gingerly. Pilot is a big kid and runs really well, motoring all the way from first. Looks like he's going to stay in the game. So with no outs in the inning, runners on first and third, Spartans look to get something going. Balco on the mound, pitching to Mitch Jebb, who has 2 hits on 2 at-bats today. The left-handed hitter takes outside for ball 1. No activity down in the Rebel bullpen at this point. Rebels lead 6-4. No outs, top of the 7th. Runners on first and third. Balco sets, glances over at first. The pitch taken outside. Fastball just misses off the plate. So Balco quickly goes behind in the count, 2-0. So Jebb has a really good chance right here to see a good pitch at 2-0 because Balco does not want to put another runner on base freely. The pitch outside. Balco having a hard time finding his zone right now. And Alarcon comes over to talk with Balco to make sure that he understands that he needs to throw strikes right now. Alarcon, one of the captains on the team, taking it upon himself to go over and give Balco some words of encouragement. So 3-0, no outs, runners on first and third. Jebb takes ball 4 high to load the bases. So Balco struggling after a good inning previously, and up to the plate steps an extremely dangerous hitter in Zaid Walker, who hit an absolute bomb in the third inning, and has bases loaded with no outs. Rebels call time. Pitching coach Corey Vanderhook making his way out to the mound. Have a conversation with Balco. There is activity in the Rebel bullpen. We're trying to get a number on that pitcher getting his warm-up going. It looks like we're still having a hard time. It looks like in the dugout, in the bullpen, right-handed pitcher Joey Acosta is speeding up his warm-up, but no change with Coach Vanderhook heading back to the dugout. Conversation with Balco. Not a lot you can say to him at this point other than we need to throw strikes. So Walker steps up to the plate. Walker is 1 for 2 with the home run and 2 RBIs. Balco sets and delivers. Fastball down the middle. Swung on a miss by Walker. So Balco gets the much-needed strike that he has to have at this point in this inning to get ahead in the count. Balco resets Infield playing in. And there is a shot to center field that will be caught, but advance the runner from third. And the runner from second advances to third. So Walker does his job, gets a sacrifice fly to score the runner. So with one down in the top of the seventh, the Spartans have runners on first and third with one out. So the Spartans have cut the lead down to one. Balco sets. And number 15, Reese Trahey at the plate, scores around a bunt, pulls back. The count is 1-0. So Balco did get ahead in the count, but gave up a fastball that Walker took deep to center field, was caught, but advanced two runners, one scoring. Balco comes to the plate, high and inside, 2-0. So Trahey gets his sign from the dugout. Ahead in the count, 2-0, one out, runners on first and third. Balco set the deal, comes to the plate. Trahey squares around a bunt again, but pulls back. Ball three. So again, Balco finds himself way behind in the count. And it will be interesting to see if the coaching staff from the Spartans gives Trahey the green light. Balco is struggling, so I would imagine not. Runner from first goes, strike, but no throw down to second base. So now Spartans runners on second and third with one out. And Trahey has a 3-1 count on him with one out. Balco needs a pitch here. Comes to the plate and overthrows in the dirt. Runners can't advance as Bajani makes a good play on getting about 15 feet behind the plate to recover the ball. Balco was covering at home, but that is a walk to Trahey, which loads the bases. Coming up to the plate, number 21, the left fielder, Jack Frank, who is 1 for 3 on the day and has punched out twice. So Balco hoping that he can limit the damage here with bases loaded and one out. Balco comes to the plate. Big curveball, low, taking for a ball. 1-0 on Jack Frank. Balco has no open bases here, so needs to take care of the batter at the plate. Swung on a missed. Outside cutter. Count goes to 1-1. Infield, third baseman playing in towards the grass. Outfield set. Straight away. Pitch low in the dirt. Count goes to 2-1. So the Rebels looking for a double play here. Frank at the plate, ahead in the count, 2-1. Balco deals. Fastball down the middle, fouled off down the left field line to even the count at 2-2. So here's the pitch for Balco at 2-2. He does not want to go behind in the count and go full. So this is what you would call for the pitcher a money pitch. Balco sets, delivers low and outside to to take the count full. So with one out, bases loaded, full count, Jack Frank at the plate, looking to give the Spartans another run to at least tie or maybe take the lead against the Rebels. The pitch is hit straight up the middle. Could be double play ball. Williams makes the play at second base. No play to first. High bounder, so Williams had to wait on the ball, take the tag at second base, and they call him safe. So runner from third scores. Everybody's safe. We still have bases loaded, and up to the plate steps Brian Bricker with the score now tied 6-6. One out. Balco still on the mound. First pitch to Bricker, fouled straight back. Balco does get ahead in the count, 0-1. Bricker is 0 for 3 today, looking for his first hit, which would be a big one with bases loaded. Balco sets. Right-hander comes to the plate. Fastball fouled straight back to get ahead in the count, 0-2. So this is a point where Balco needs to throw a strike, but nothing hittable. He would actually look to get on the corner of the plate somewhere, something a little bit out of the zone that Bricker's going to swing at. Balco comes to the plate and goes straight down the left field line, over the bag, into the deep left field corner, and runners are advancing. And that's going to clear the bases. Bricker comes up with a 3-run double on an 0-2 count. Great piece of hitting right there. So the Spartans are putting up a crooked number here in the top of the 7th. Balco had an 0-2 count, and Bricker did a great job of hitting an inside pitch right down the line, just out of the reach of Diego Alarcon to clear the bases. So Balco is still on the mound. Casey Mays steps up to the plate, 0 for 3 on the day. Fouls one straight back off a fastball. Count 0-1. Still a little bit of activity, but it looks like the pitchers in the bullpen have sat back down. So right now the coaching staff looking for Balco to dig himself out of some trouble, with the Rebels trailing 9-6. Fastball right back to the pitcher Balco. Cleanly handled, throw over to first. Runner advances to third base, but that's the second out of the inning. So Balco does a good job of fielding the ball, helping himself out, getting the out. Now there's 2 outs in the top of the 7th, with the Spartans leading 9-6. Spartans have 9 runs on 6 hits. First pitch to number 16, Peter On, is a strike. Count 0-1. Very important for Balco to not let this run score from third to keep this game within reach. Inside, just misses On for ball 1. Counts 1-1. 2 outs in the inning. Top of the 7th. Balco set. Comes to the plate and gets an outside fastball called strike to take the count to 1-2. So On looking to score the runner from third base. Balco looking to get that third strike and get out of this inning. Big sweeping curveball, swung on and missed by On for the third out of the inning, but the damage is done. The Spartans put up 5 in this inning. So we'll head to the bottom of the 7th with the Rebels chasing 3 runs. We'll be back shortly. Rebel fans, welcome back to Earl E. Wilson Stadium, here, the home of the UNLV Rebel baseball. Spartans come up with a big inning in the top of the seventh, scoring 5, taking the lead for a 9-6 advantage heading into the bottom of the seventh. So the Rebels are going to be looking to get their bats going, which really hasn't been a problem. Just one bad half inning on the mound for the Rebels, giving up the 5. Stepping up to the plate is the DH, Hank Zeisler, a left-handed hitter against the right-handed pitcher, Tomzik. Called strike. Tomzik gets ahead in the count, 0-1. Tomzik sets the deal, and Hanks fouls it straight back for an 0-2 count. Hank is 1 for 2 on the day with a free pass. Going to be looking to protect the plate here with the 0-2 count. Inside fastball swung on and missed by Zeisler for the first out of the inning. So Tomzik settling into this game after a little bit of a shaky start 2 innings ago, gets the first punch out for the first out of the inning. Up to the plate, second baseman Darian Williams, looking for his first hit of the day. 0 for 3 at this point. Takes a high inside fastball for a ball. Count goes 1-0. 1 out with the Spartans leading 9-6. Darian, big cut on a low fastball. Darian was looking to drive that ball deep, but couldn't catch up with Tomzik's fastball. Count goes 1-1. The pitch, high pop fly down the right field line, stays in play, and the first baseman, Reese Trahey, reaches over the fence and makes the catch for the second out of the inning. He made up a lot of ground, working towards the Rebel bullpen, reaches over the short fence and makes the play. So outstanding catch by Reese for the second out of the inning. Joey Walls steps to the plate, the right-handed hitter, who is 1 for 3 on the day, looking for a 2-out rally, takes the first pitch outside and high for ball 1. Infield playing straight away, third baseman playing on the grass. Inside pitch just misses the shoulder of Walls to take the count to 2-0. Walls with the bat sitting on his shoulder, takes the pitch down the first baseline, but foul. Caught that off the end of the bat. So the count goes 2-1. Tomzik deals. Fouled back by Walls. Count goes 2-2. So Walls looking to get something started with the catcher Eric Bajani on deck. Pitch swung on and missed. Strike 3. Tomzik dealing at this point in the game. Third out of the inning. Nothing on the board for the Rebels. And at the end of 7, it's the Spartans 9 and the Rebels 6. We'll be back for the top of the 8th shortly. Fans, welcome back to Rebel Baseball. Spartans of Michigan State lead your Rebels 9-6 heading into the top of the 8th inning, with the Rebels having a pitching change. Sophomore Braxton Bruschke, a left-handed pitcher out of Mesa Community College, making his debut as a Rebel pitcher. They have high hopes for this young man. Bruschke pitching to the right-handed hitter Parker Pilot, low and outside for ball one. So Pilot, the right-handed hitter against Bruschke, the left-handed pitcher. Bruschke comes to the plate. Nice changeup on the inside corner for a called strike, taking the count to 1-1. Bruschke comes to the plate. Outside fastball, low and away for ball two. So Bruschke is a Las Vegas native, but ended up going down to Arizona, to Mesa, out of high school. Comes in, hot liner, third base. Alarcon comes up with it, throws across the diamond, and in time to retire Parker Pilot. Nice play by Alarcon. Again, we count on him for his bat, but his defense is extremely underrated. Big first out of the inning. Alarcon was playing in on the grass and made a swiping play on the ball and a strong throw to first. Up steps Trent Farquhar, the leadoff batter, who puts a bunt down to the first base side and beats out the play from Bruschke. Bruschke seemed like he fielded the ball with plenty of time, but made a very slow throw over to first base, and the speedy Trent Farquhar beats out the play. So with one out, Farquhar at first base, who is a threat to go. Mitch Jebb steps up to the plate. 2 for 2 today with 2 walks and a ribby. Left-handed pitcher or batter, Jebb steps up and takes low and away for ball one. Bruschke almost got nonchalant on that, not necessarily getting to the ball, but making the throw to first. He might have been afraid of throwing into the back of Farquhar. Nevertheless, Farquhar beats it by a couple steps. Bruschke throws over to first. I think the Rebels are realizing that Farquhar has quite a bit of speed after scoring from first earlier on a single. They're going to keep him tight at first base. Bruschke comes to the plate. Second base. Williams makes the play, has no choice but to go to first because of Farquhar's speed. So fielder's choice with Farquhar moving over to second base. 2 outs in the inning. Top of the 8th with the Spartans leading 9-6. Braxton Bruschke on the mound, the big left-hander, facing Zaid Walker, who homered earlier in the game. Right-handed batter, takes on the outside corner, strike one. So Walker is 1 for 3 with a sacrifice and 3 ribbies. The right-hander takes the pitch, swings, liner down to third base. Alarcon comes up with the ball across the diamond for the out at first base. No damage after the bunt single by Farquhar early. Third out in the inning. So no runs, 1 hit, no errors with 1 man left on base. And it heading into the bottom of the 8th, the Rebels will be looking to get something rolling, trailing 9-6. Rebel Baseball will return shortly. Rebel fans, heading back into the bottom of the eighth. Spartans with a 9-6 lead. And Connor Tomazik heads back to the mound for his fourth inning of pitching. Out of the bullpen. He's done a nice job of settling into the game. And last inning went 1-2-3 against the Rebels. So catcher Eric Bajani steps to the plate. 1 for 1 on the day. Settling into the game. And last inning went 1-2-3 against the Rebels. And takes a called strike. 0 for 1. 0-1 is the count. Takes another pitch on the outside corner for strike 2. So quickly, Tomazik works ahead in the count. Bajani behind 0-2. Tomazik comes to the plate. Outside fastball. Bajani can't catch up with it. Swinging strike 3 for the first out of the inning. So again, Tomazik has really settled in here and now has 3 strikeouts in his last 5 batters he's faced. We'll have a pinch hitter, number 35, Josh Sharman. Left-handed hitter Sharman steps to the plate against Tomazik, the right-handed pitcher. Inside pitch and catches Sharman on the elbow. So one gets away from Tomazik. Sharman was crowding the plate and does catch it just off the elbow pad that he's wearing on his right arm. So he gets his pass down to first base, and in steps the shortstop, Giovanni Horvat, who tripled in his last at-bat. So Horvat gets his first at-bat as a Rebel, being a triple, and looks to move Sharman over. Puts the butt down and just goes foul down the third base line. So Rebels looking to play a little small ball. But Horvat has the speed, so not necessarily being a sacrifice, he was looking to get to first off the bunt and advance the runner. So the count's 0-1 to Horvat. Sharman takes his lead at first. Tomazik checks it, comes to the plate. High fastball misses to even the count at 1-1. Tomazik looks in, gets the sign, comes to the plate on Horvat, outside, fastball. Count goes 2-1. There is some action going on in the Michigan State bullpen. Looks like a right-hander. Tomazik comes to the plate. Horvat takes a strike. Outside corner, fastball to even the count at 2-2. So Tomazik looking to punch out another, which give him 4 out of the last 6 batters that he's faced. Horvat looking to drive something here. Fouls one back over the screen. Count stays at 2-2. Horvat getting the signs from third base coach Kevin Higgins. Steps back into the box. Sharman takes pretty decent lead over at first. Gets checked by Tomasic. Comes to the plate. Fouls another one off down the right field line, out of play. So Horvat at least getting the pitch count up on Tomasic, but looking to get something in play. So Rebels down 9-6. One out. Runner on first. The pitch outside. Tough one to lay off, but he does and gets the ball. So full count to Horvat. Sharman on first base with one out. Tomasic gets the sign, comes to the plate, and Horvat hits a little blooper over the shortstop's head for a single. Sharman advances to second base. Horvat has his second hit in a row. So the Rebels show a little life with one out in the bottom of the eighth. Runners now on first and second with the leadoff batter, Rylan Charles, coming to the plate. Michigan State takes a timeout. Catcher heads to the mound. Umpires walking out. Looks like we may have a pitching change. But they decide to stay with their guy, Tomasic. So first catcher visit to the mound of the inning. There is a right-hander up in the Michigan State bullpen. We can't get a number at this point, but Rylan Charles steps up to the plate. Runners are first and second with one out. Tomasic, the right-hander, against the left-handed Rylan Charles, and Charles pops one up. Infield fly rule called. Third baseman drops the ball, but with the infield fly rule called, batter is out. No advancement with the runners. So not the at-bat that Charles was looking for. Making the second out of the inning. But runners still on first and second. Horvat on first. Sharman on second. And Diego Alarcon to the plate. Alarcon does have a two-run home run this game. And we'll get a timeout with the pitching coach making a trip to the mound. So Mark Van Amede, assistant head coach, pitching coach, who does the mound visits, out for a powwow with Tomasic and the entire Spartan infield. Umpire comes out to break up the meeting. Second visit to the mound by a Spartan this inning, so the next visit will be an automatic pitching change. But they're sticking with Tomasic at this point. I'm sure that was some conversation on how to pitch Alarcon after the blast that he had last at bat. So Tomasic sets. Fake throws to second base. They're not holding Sharman on. Looked like more of a timing thing for Tomasic. He resets. Alarcon at the plate. And the pitch. Swung on and missed. Low fastball. Alarcon goes over the ball. 4-1. This would be a big time for our captain, Diego Alarcon, to come through as the Rebels trail 9-6. Tomasic ahead in the count. Fastball fouled off behind home plate for strike two. So Diego Alarcon at the plate. Runners on first and second. Behind in the count 0-2. Josh Sharman on first. Giovanni Horvat is on first. Josh Sharman on second. Speed on the base paths. So something in the gap may score both of them. The count fouled back straight behind the plate. Keep the count at 0-2. So being a veteran batter that Diego is, He's not going to give up anything close. He's going to take his hacks. If he has to foul the ball off, so be it. He's looking for the pitch that he needs to drive the ball. And being a veteran, he can do that. Tomasic sets, comes to the plate, low and away. Good eye by Alarcon. The count goes 1-2 with 2 outs. Runners on first and second. The Rebels trailing 9-6 to Michigan State. Shadows starting to creep in behind home plate at this point. So it may be a little difficult for the batters to pick up the ball coming out of the sun into the shade. And that's the way that the sun sets over the Earl E. Wilson Stadium here at UNLV. Alarcon steps up to the plate, behind in the count 1-2. A set, pitch, fouled off behind home plate. So Alarcon hanging tough, fouling off the last 3 pitches, looking for the one that he needs to drive the ball. Counts 1-2. Big leads by both Horvat at first and Sharman at second. Tomasic sets, checks the runner at second. No hold there. Outside for a ball. Evens the count at 2-2. Outfield playing straight away. Infield playing relatively deep with 2 outs. The pitch. Alarcon fouls off another one down right field. So 4 straight foul balls by Alarcon. Hanging tough, trying to find the pitch that he can hit and try to drive some of the base runners in from first and second. Tomasic sets, checks the runner at second, comes to the plate, and Alarcon hits a deep, deep center field shot in the sun, but play made by the center fielder, Peter On. Diego Alarcon got a lot on that, but Earl E. Wilson is a deep ballpark with center field being 400 feet. So Peter On makes a great play, fighting the sun for the 3rd out of the inning. So the Rebels get 1 hit, no runs, no errors, strand 2, and heading into the top of the 9th, trail the Spartans 9-6. We will return shortly. Welcome back, Rebel fans. Here at UNLV, the Rebels trail the Spartans of Michigan State 9-6, heading into the top of the 9th inning. Braxton Bruschke comes back to the mound for the top of the 9th. On the mound, first pitch strike at the plate is Reese Trahey. Trahey's 0 for 1, but has been walked 3 times. Big curveball from Braschke for a called strike. Quickly ahead in the count, 0-2. Extremely critical that the Rebels don't give up any runs and keep this thing within striking distance going into the bottom of the 9th. Bresky squinting into the sun, makes the pitch, makes a curveball down to first base, and Bresky can't get to the first base in time. Hank makes the throw to Bresky, but Trahey beats the throw. So 0-2 count. Trahey does his job, beats out an infield for an infield single, and he's hurt again. He was hurt earlier at third base, and now looks like he is struggling after beating that throw from from Hank Zeisler. Bresky just couldn't get there in time. So getting ahead in the count for the Rebel pitchers, relief pitchers, has not actually worked in their favor, as we've given up 3 hits off of Rebel pitchers who have gotten ahead in the count 0-2. So Trahey looks like he is injured and is going to come off the field, and we will have a pinch runner for him at first base. The pinch runner is going to be number 32, Zach Iverson, who is a multi-position player, and take over for Trahey. Now we have Jack Frank coming to the plate, left-handed hitter for the Spartans, looking to do some more damage and try to build upon the lead that the Spartans really broke through in the 7th inning, scoring 5. So throw over to first base. Easily back in is Iverson. Shadow's really becoming quite a bit of a problem at home plate right now. Hard to see, even from our advantage. Inside pitch. Taken for a ball. Count goes 1-0. So Rebels trailing 9-6 in the top of the 9th. Look to get a double play here. Swung on a missed by Frank. Count goes 1-1. Well, that was actually. All right, Bresky, the left-handed pitcher on the mound, facing the left-handed hitter, Jack Frank. Counts even at 1. Ball hit sharply to second base. Williams makes the play, makes the turn at second base with Giovanni Horvat, and they get the double play. So Bresky gets the ground ball, gets the double play, clears the bases, and keeps the Spartans at bay. So with 2 outs in the top of the 9th, it looks like we may have a pitching change. Stan Stolte heading to the mound. And we are going to have a change, bringing a right-hander in. Trying to catch the number. The pitcher coming in has his glove over his number as he trots in. And it looks like number 20, Ty Pullman. The junior right-hander comes out to take his warm-up pitches on the mound, ending Braxton's day, not giving up any runs in his 1 2/3 inning of pitch. Pullman is a right-handed pitcher, junior out of Perry High School in Gilbert, Arizona. Pullman, again, has been one of those middle inning relief pitchers for the Rebels for a number of years and knows his role. And his role right now is to come in and get that 3rd out, so at least the Rebels have a chance to stay within striking distance, only trailing by 3. Only being a relative word. But it will enable the Rebels to make a good run at it with the heart of the order coming up. we do have an update from Lady Rebel basketball. Lady Rebels, which moved to 22-4 on the season, win 104-63 over the San Jose State Spartans. So Lindy LaRock and the Lady Rebels have it rolling over at the Thomas and Mack in women's basketball, with the men's team playing Colorado State tonight at 5, and there's a doubleheader over at women's softball. So the campus is extremely busy today. Pullman sets against Brian Breaker, takes the first pitch inside for ball 1. Breaker is 1 for 4 on the day with 3 ribbies. Second pitch in the set from Pullman. Almost the same pitch. High and inside for ball 2. Infield playing deep with 2 outs. Breaker at the plate looks at ball 3, high and outside. So again, we talked about Rebel pitchers coming in and getting behind on the count and allowing free passes for the Spartans. Pullman misses just inside with the fastball. Pullman's not happy about that one. He thought he had it across the plate. But home plate umpire Michael Blinky says inside for the walk. Up to the plate steps Casey Mays, who's 0 for 4 on the day, batting .250 on the season, short season. Pullman checks the runner at first and delivers, and hits the ball sharply down the first base line, right over the first base. Runners advancing. That'll score the runner from first, and Mays will have a stand-up triple. So just inside the first base line, right over the bag. Umpires pointing fair ball the entire way. And by the time Joey Walls gets to it over in the corner, Casey Mays is already standing at third base. So the Rebels don't hold them to the 3-run lead and now trail 10-6. With Peter On, the center fielder, left-handed batter, coming to the plate. Big pitch way high for Pullman. Pullman struggling a little bit to get his groove at this point. Second pitch in the set. Pullman again high. Count goes 2-0 with 2 outs. Runner on third. Spartans 10, Rebels 6. Again, high and outside from Pullman. Seems to be a little bit frustrated right now. Can't find the zone. And at this point, the Spartans are keeping their bats on their shoulders. Inside, ball 4. 4 straight pitch walk. Handed by Pullman over to the Spartans. So On heads to first. That'll make runners on first and third with 2 outs. And the third baseman, Parker Pilot, coming to the plate. Bajani takes a stroll out to the mound. Talk a little bit with Pullman, with no action in the Rebel bullpen at this point. So the worst case scenario for the Rebels is playing out, giving up 1 run to make it a 4-run deficit, with runners on first and third, and Pullman having trouble finding the plate. So Bajani has his talk with Pullman, hopes to settle him down, Bajani being the leader and the general on the field, offering words of encouragement. Pullman delivers outside, fastball, just misses, 1-0. Pilot is 0 for 3 on the day with a walk and a strikeout. They are holding the runner on first base. Pullman delivers. Big swing and a miss. Evens the count at 1-1. So Pullman is a power pitcher, but has not been able to find the zone, although that last pitch was right down the middle, so hopefully he can keep that rolling. Pullman pitches inside, runner goes, no throw down to second base. So the second time that Pilot's actually taken second base without a play, stopping just short of second, hoping for a play to allow the runner on third to advance. 2-1 to Pilot. Swing and a miss. Strike two. Evens up the count at 2-2. 2 outs. Runners on second and third. Rebels trailing 10-6. Pullman gets the sign. Sets. Comes to the plate. Low and outside in the dirt. Bajani does a good job of getting his whole body over in front of the ball. Otherwise, that would have been a wild pitch. Easily advancing the runner on third. So full count. Runners on second and third. 2 outs. Strike needed by Pullman right here. Swing and a miss, and Pullman gets his strikeout that he needed. But the Spartans add 1 to take a 10-6 lead. 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, 2 left on, heading to the bottom of the 9th. The last chance for the Rebels in this first game of the doubleheader. We will return shortly. Rebel fans, we head into the bottom of the 9th inning with the Rebels trailing 10-6. So looking to get some magic rolling. Tomazic, the Michigan State pitcher who came in the 4th inning, is going to go into the 9th. So he's done a very good job the last few innings of settling down and really controlling the pace and the pitches that the Rebels have seen. Coming up to the plate is the left fielder, Austin Krizik, just looking to get something rolling. Base runners are what the Rebels need at this point. First pitch is high and inside for ball 1. Krizik is a power hitter, but is also somebody that can get a ball into a gap and roll for extra bases. Second pitch in the set is strike, called low at the knees to take the count to 1-1. Krizik, a local product out of Centennial High School, looking to extend this game, takes inside, fastball for a ball, making the count 2-1. Infield playing straight away, as is the outfield. Krizik does spray the ball all over the field, takes a pitch, and a ball deep into the shortstop, makes a strong throw over to first to get Krizik by a step. So again, Mitch Jebb has made some gems of plays deep in the hole and has a strong enough arm to get the runners at first base. So one down in the last of the ninth for the Rebels, trailing by 4, and up to the plate steps the designated hitter, Hank Zeisler. Left-handed pitcher takes a curveball for a first strike, taking the count to 0-1. Zeisler is 1 for 3 with a base on balls and a strikeout. Looks at the outside pitch, stays off of it, evens the count at 1-1. In the short season, 2 games, Zeisler's hitting .333, looking to best that number, keep the Rebels alive. Outside pitch just catches the black on the plate for a strike. That wasn't the pitch that Hank wanted. Laid off of it, but takes the count to 1-2. So Tom Zick ahead in the count. Deals. And Zeisler hits a foul ball over the press box to keep the count at 1-2. Tom Zick sets, comes to the plate, low and outside. Hank stays off of it to even the count at 2-2. So Tomasic has given up 7 hits and 4 runs, but in the last 3 innings has settled down and now has 7 strikeouts. The pitch high for ball 3. Full count. So Hank looking for something, being choosy at the plate. Can't take a bad hack, but got to swing at the close ones. The pitch inside, slow roller to shortstop, strong throw over to first, just gets Hank at first for the second out of the inning. So again, the shortstop, Mitch Jebb, has played wonderfully today and has made some great plays with his glove and with his arm. So Rebels down to their last out in the bottom of the ninth, trailing 10-6, and up steps the second baseman, Darian Williams. Williams, the right-handed batter, 0 for 4 on the day, takes the first pitch for a called strike. Connor Tomasic has absolutely thrown a gem here in the last 7 innings. Williams fouls off the second pitch to take the count to 0-2. So the Spartans looking for one more strike to end this ball game. The pitch, just off the plate. Williams stays off of it. Tomasic wants that for a called strike, but doesn't get it. Count is 1-2. 2 outs. Rebels trailing 10-6. The pitch. Called strike 3. That'll be the ball game. Williams doesn't like it, but anything close at that point, got to take a hack at it. So the first game of the doubleheader goes the way of the Spartans. The Spartans scored 10 runs on 10 hits with 2 errors, compared to the Rebels with 6 runs on 10 hits and 1 error. So after the second game, Spartans square up the record at 1-1, looking to get the second game of the doubleheader started about 45 minutes from now. The Rebels will look to get back on the winning ways. But the Spartans did a fantastic job today of staying poised, and Tomasic coming in and absolutely shutting down the Rebels. With that, we'll sign off for the first game, where the Rebels lose to the Spartans of Michigan State 10-6. This is Dan Dolby on the Learfield Rebel Network, signing off with the Rebels taking the field now in 45 minutes. Hope to have you back. Have a great day.
So we're sending. Okay.
Check 1 2. Okay, so I can hear myself.
ups. First for Michigan State, leading off at second, number 1, Trent Farquhar. Batting second at short, number 14.
And welcome back to Earl E. Wilson Stadium here on a beautiful Saturday afternoon for baseball for the second end of a twin bill between the Michigan State Spartans and the UNLV Rebels. Matt and Everett joined by Wyatt Tomczyk momentarily. A big thank you to Dan Dolby, who filled in for the first game while Wyatt and I were announcing the UNLV Lady Rebels basketball win over the San Jose State Spartans. All they did was win 104-63, no big deal. Game 2 coming up following a decision for the UNLV Rebels, a 10-6 final. That bumped them to 1-1 on the season. The Rebels throw a freshman out on the mound today, 5-0 and a 2.07 ERA in his senior year of high school. It's Nolan George, a freshman out of Temecula Valley in California, getting his warm-up tosses in ahead of first pitch. The 6'1", 190-pounder out of Temecula High. The Rebels in their home white-on-white uniforms, same look as the last game. Get you through the starting lineup prior to first pitch with Eric Bajani, who came in as a defensive replacement, getting the start behind the plate. It's Hank Zeisler at first base, at Darian Williams at second, Gianni Horvat, the freshman, making his third consecutive start at short, with Diego Alarcon manning the hot corner. The outfield left to right, Austin Krizik, James Gamble, and Rylan Charles. They've been a big part of the offense here in the first 2 games of the season. It'll be Trent Farquhar to lead things off, both sides staying with their uniforms that they wore in the last game here in the nightcap. It's Farquhar working his way around to the left-handed batter's box. Umpires switching around. It's Dax Upton behind home plate, Michael Blindsey down the third base side with John Cascato opposite him beyond the first base bag, and Alberto Ruiz currently shaded in shallow center field. First pitch swung on and fouled out of plate on the left field line, underway at 4:44 here on a Saturday afternoon. 70 degrees at the time of first pitch. Picture perfect weather here all weekend for the opening series of the 2022 campaign. George misses inside, call for a ball to Farquhar as the count goes even. Nolan George, again out of Temecula, California, in his senior year, 5-0 with a 2.07 earned run average. 15 games, all starts. He struck out 56 and walked 17. Misses outside here. We'll welcome in Wyatt Tomczyk. Wyatt, a marathon day for the two of us. We're back at it together now here at Earl E. Wilson Stadium. Your first appearance of the year. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm glad to have be on air here with you, Matt.
As this one's grounded over to Zeisler at first base here in his first year with the program. The D3 transfer makes the flip to the pitcher covering. 1 up and 1 down. So far, so good for Nolan George. So a busy day on campus. Softball and baseball each playing a doubleheader. And a doubleheader of sorts at the Thomas and Mack Center.
Yeah, Matt, these are the days that we live for as a broadcaster. You have too many gigs to be at once.
It's like Flight of the Conchords. You're just trying to rack up as many gigs as you can get. Trent Farquhar grounds out to start the game. That'll bring in the shortstop Mitch Jebb. Both middle infielders leading off the top of the lineup. First pitch down and away, right on left matchup is George. In 27 innings in his senior year, allowed 12 runs on 21 hits. This one swung on, lined softly up the middle. That'll drop in center field for a base knock ahead of James Gamble. So Jebb gets the Michigan State Spartans the runner on base here in the top of the very first inning. Yesterday, I was with you for the 4-2 win as UNLV got the win in their first contest of the year. Zaid Walker stands in from the right side, hit a moonshot of a home run in the early game here in our doubleheader. Walker, the speedy outfielder, swings, grounds it up the middle. A roar off the top of the mound goes right to the second baseman, Darian Williams. Steps on the bag himself and throws to first. A lucky bounce right to the chest of Darian sets up the double play to end the inning. So the one-out base hit is wiped out. The Rebels due up for the first time when we return. Bottom 1 coming up from Earl E. Wilson. Back at it from Earl E. Wilson Stadium, along with Wyatt Tomczyk. I'm Matt Never. Wyatt, this season expects to be a good one for the UNLV Rebels, picked to finish second in the Mountain West in the preseason coaches poll. We'll touch on that throughout the entirety of the broadcast because it's a team that you're familiar with. It's a team that is returning 7 of the 9 starters really at many of the key positions, and a lot to like. We'll get to that in a moment with Ryan Japaniak getting the start. A freshman out of Woodhaven, Michigan, 6'3", 221, big-bodied right-hander, making his first collegiate start. 3-man shift on the right side of the infield is Rylan Charles. Left-handed batting right fielder stands in. First pitch is in for a called strike. Charles, followed by the third baseman Diego Alarcon, with Austin Krizik bumped up to the number 3 spot in the lineup and is playing in left field for the second consecutive game. First 3 batters of Stan Stolte's lineup as Charles shoots one foul out of play beyond the left field fence. Hank Zeisler, the first baseman, batting in the cleanup role with Darian Williams playing second, hitting 5th. James Gamble in center field batting 6th with Eric Bajani catching, batting 7th. It's Jason Sharman serving as a designated hitter with Gianni Horvat rounding out the lineup and playing at shortstop. Count 0-2 to Rylan Charles. And time is called, and why we call it a handful of Charles's biggest games last year. He really was one of the key factors for this team down the back stretch of the 2021 season.
Yeah, it's always big, when you get a freshman to be able to, come in and take control. That's always kind of the key when we start these early seasons. Who's out of this recruiting class is going to come in and, be like that wow factor that you didn't really quite expect.
Yeah, Charles hit a .306 batting average last year, 9 RBIs along with 5 doubles. Fights this one off, laid around on the heater from Japaniak, spelled Szzepaniak. Charles, so far in the series, heading into Game 3, 3 of 9 with a double and an RBI. Scored the season's first run in the 4-2 win yesterday. Japaniak bounces a curveball in. It's the catcher Christian Williams making his first start of the series behind home plate. The 6'7" first baseman Brock Vredenberg still battling with the sun as it sets behind home plate. The lights are on, not doing much of the lighting duty as of yet. Right-hander deals inside as Charles backs away. Trent Farquhar and Mitch Jebb, the second baseman and the shortstop, respectively, both on the right side of the infield in the shift. It's Dylan Kark at third. The outfield left to right, Casey Mays, Peter Ahn, and Jack Frank. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes to the Rebel leadoff batter. Pitch swung on, hit on the ground, right to the third baseman in the shift. It's Kark, grabbing, setting the feet, firing a bit low, but in time for the first out here in the bottom of the first. We mentioned the preseason accolade, if you want to call it that, for the Rebels, but who's ahead of them? It's their heated rivals from the northern part of the state. No, it's Nevada.
Oh, Reno, my fault, my apologies.
Yeah, Nevada picked to finish first. UNLV, a couple of first-place votes shy of usurping their in-state rivals. But those matchups are going to be intense this year. They're always intense, the Silver State rivalry, but this year a little bit extra.
Yeah, you got to love having, a rivalry game, and you're also near the top in the conference. It just adds a little bit more to the games. I mean, as a broadcast announcer, Matt, you live to have, those are the games that you have fun prepping for.
You get a big crowd on hand. You get a great atmosphere, which may not sound like it, but the announcers like that too.
Oh, yes.
It adds to the ambiance.
Since last year when we were calling games with no fans in the stands, I'll tell you what, that was one of the big things that I was so glad to have back this year.
Diego Alarcon watches just outside. Sapaniak had the strikeout strut going. He thought he had frozen Alarcon, but instead called for a ball.
And Matt, one of the things here for UNLV is how are they going to respond after a tough loss here start this doubleheader?
Alarcon goes the other way on a line. Battling with the sun is the right fielder, Frank. He never saw it off the bat. It'll drop in front of him for a one-out base hit here in the home half of the first inning. It's one of the unique parts about Earl E. Wilson Stadium with the sun setting behind, kind of towards the third base side. And Frank, still in the sun, had the hand over the eyes. And he never saw that off the bat, so Alarcon, the benefactor, as Austin Krizik stands in with 1 out and 1 on.
I could see him there right at the beginning. He took 1 step to his left and was shielding his eyes. It's kind of what we see at the softball at Eller Media Stadium in right field this time of the day. It is absolutely brutal. You have a tough time getting a good read on the ball, and UNLV was the beneficiary there.
Japaniak out of the stretch. First pitch from the set position misses well downstairs. Christian Williams, the catcher.
And Matt, I wanted to go back. It's kind of, a turn of events over less than 24 hours. UNLV gets a big win against Michigan State to start this season off. Almost got the head taken off there on that pitch. But then you go to the next game, you feel confident, you're playing good, and then a big 5-run spot by the Spartans, and then now 30 minutes later you got to go play a game. What does that kind of do, kind of the psyche for a player? You're on kind of on a big tidal wave right now.
Well, because it's one of two ways I would say. Either one, which is the ideal one, where turn the page, wash your hands, you forget about it. Sometimes playing a game immediately afterwards kind of helps with that. Otherwise, you're sitting there kind of stewing about it for a couple of days. That's one of the good parts about baseball scheduling in general being the way it is. But yeah, or like you said, you kind of ride that emotion. I don't think UNLV, especially in a home opening series, I don't think that's the reaction they're going to have. They seem like they're ready to go here in Game 2. Tyler Konoff first with Vredenberg, the 6'7" first baseman, holding him on. That pitch way outside, so Shapaniak walks Krizik on 4 pitches, and all of a sudden, first runner in scoring position is Alarcon advancing on the Krizik base on balls.
That's one thing I was going to mention, Matt, before that last pitch. When I remember the games that we were able to call last year with, Austin Krizik at the plate, he was very patient. Drew a lot of walks, a lot of long counts, and you see right there, getting that 4-pitch walk. Those type of hitters are such a nightmare for pitchers. I like to call the Max Muncy approach. If it's a centimeter out of the zone, they're not swinging.
Leaning out of the way is Hank Zeisler, the left-handed batting first baseman, watches one outside. Zeisler, one of the more unique stories in college baseball this year, transfer from D3 Chapman in Orange, California, in the southern part of the state, tore it up at the Division III level.
I remember you telling me that that he was a D3 transfer. You don't really see that very often. The only other player I can think of, in any sport, Duncan Robinson. He went from D3 to go to Michigan, then went to the Miami Heat. So that's a big jump.
Zeisler was a D3 player. He's already got the D1 flow and mustache combo.
His profile photo is probably the best one on this roster.
Go check that one out, UNLVRebels.com. Zeisler watches outside, so that real discerning hitting eye like you had brought up for Krizik applying here for Zeisler. In 4 years at Chapman, a .334 hitter, 17 home runs, 76 RBIs, and was a Division III national champion in 2019. He was the MVP of the championship series, too, so shows up in the big moments. He's 2 for 7 through the first 2 games of this season. That fastball right down Broadway, but on the 3-0 count, Zeisler watching all the way. Although he may not get another pitch to hit like that. It's been Japaniak trying to paint corners, but that time throwing caution to the wayside, humming it down the middle. Japaniak set the pitch. Fastball nicely spotted on the outer third, so from 3-0 to 3-2, Zeisler batting with 2 on and 1 down here in the home half of the first.
I'm going to ask your thoughts here. Obviously, you said on that 3-0 pitch, it's right down the middle. Do you like for players to be aggressive? Because that's going to be a strike.
Yes and no. It's all situation dependent. As Zeisler hits one well out of play down the left field line for a foul ball. In this kind of a situation, I don't necessarily hate it because it's the first inning, no score. You've got runners on base, so being patient, especially against a young freshman starting pitcher in his first collegiate start, you want him to throw more pitches. So you'll take a pitch, you'll give up the strike for looking down the line. 3-2 pitch hits sky high, third base side. Third baseman Kark in foul territory. Here comes the left fielder Mays. It'll be Kark calling him off, diving. He doesn't make the grab. It was in and out of the glove. That's case in point 1A why the outfielder typically is the one to call that off. It's so much easier to come in on a ball than go back like that.
I was very surprised Casey Mays out there and left did not call off the third baseman. That was a tough play. Almost made it, but you're going off, trying to make an overhand catch, diving. That one right there, I really want to see the left fielder be more vocal and say, I got it. That should have been out number 2 for Michigan State.
And oftentimes the infielder, especially in the shade, remember Mays, the left fielder, is currently standing in the sun, had to go into the shade. You can read it pretty well. As Zeisler swings and misses, that fastball blown by him up in the zone for the second out of the first inning. But sometimes if you don't have it right off the bat, you're actually better off with the third baseman. That case, not one of them, with Kark having to try to make the diving play. So 2 outs, Alarcon on second, Krizik on first. Here's Adarian Williams. And this is a big year for Adarian as he garnered preseason All-Mountain West honors for the second straight time, was ranked as one of the top 20 second basemen in the NCAA by D1 baseball. An aggressive mentality here as he swings at the first pitch, can't catch up to the heater. Liked what we saw out of Adarian last year. 360 batting average, really picked it up towards the back of the season.
Oh, yeah, that's one thing that stands out to me. You know, Darian, who a little bit of a dip in the shortened 2020 season, but 360 at the D1 level, that is top 10 talent right there.
He launches that fastball knee-high for a called strike. It was him and Ryland Charles doing the majority of the big bopping at the end of the season. Alvar Khan really turned it on as the Rebels finished with a team batting average of over 300 last year. It was one of the best hitting seasons in program history. His pitch way upstairs as Adarian backs out. He's just 1 of 8 this year. A slow start to get it going in 2021. His lone hit was a single in the 7th inning of the 4-2 win last night. Hitless in game 1 earlier. Count 1 ball, 2 strikes as he swings and can't connect on the breaking ball inside. Japaniak comes in through the front door and strands a pair of runners on base, striking out Zeisler and Adarian Williams to end the inning. We've played one, no score either way. Middle third of the lineup due up for Michigan State when we return. Top of the second, back from Earl E. Wilson Stadium. Second frame of work for Nolan George. Begins with a fastball, called for a strike at the knees to the left-handed batting right fielder Jack Frank. The Rebels threatened in the home half of the first, but back-to-back strikeouts from Zeisler and Williams. Set down the side in 5 batters. Sliding to his right is the second baseman, Adarian Williams. The throw to first is going to be late. That's a tough play as Williams had to try to get in front of it, but couldn't recover in time to make the play. And the leadoff man reaching Jack Frank, giving credit for a base hit.
That's a tough play there for Darian. Obviously, not the way you wanted to end the bottom of the first inning, striking out, and then there to start the second, ball bounces off. So, obviously, for the junior who had a lot of praise coming into the season, obviously not the start that you want here, but we'll see what UNLV can do with Nolan George dealing with runners on the base pass. He did get a double play back in that first inning.
First pitch swinging is the fielder Casey Mays, who is excited to see the shade out in left field. The sun has more or less set straight behind home plate here at Earl E. Wilson Stadium. The only sunlight coming in, shining right on the retired number 13 for legendary manager Fred Dallimore. Out of the stretch, this one swung on, lined over the head of the shortstop, Gianni Horvat into left field for a hit. Rounding second, heading to third is Jack. The throw goes to second as Mays turns first, heads to second with a double. Runners on second and third. Michigan State threatening with no outs in the top of the second inning.
Unfortunate there, went off of Gianni Horvat there at short, just barely grazed off the glove there, and it went into the kind of there in left center field. I love the aggressiveness that Michigan State had there, going from first to third and trying to reach there for a double. You put 2 runners on here against a freshman here in the second inning. adds those high pressure situations.
So 2 on, no outs for Nolan On, spelled A-H-N. George set, he fires. First pitch swinging. This one sky high to shallow right field. Very shallow right is the second baseman Williams settling in on the cut of the outfield grass. Makes the grab at shoulder height for the first out. A big first out, I may add, in the top of the second inning with On. Very quick once he's on the base paths.
That was probably textbook to what UNLV wanted. A shallow pop-up here into the infield. No chance, or not shallow outfield, no chance for the runner at third to advance. And now here, if you are Nolan George, Matt, you can be a little bit more, you can expand the zone a little bit because you do have an open base at first. I think that does help now with 1 out.
Absolutely. Here's the number 7 batter, Christian Williams, making his first at-bat of the year. Watches a heater just off the outside. It's been a tight but consistent zone here early. That's all you can ask of an umpiring crew. Williams wearing number 5, the 5'9" redshirt freshman out of Carmel, Indiana. Carmel High School graduate in from the right. Watches a fastball outside, diving to the knees is Eric Bajani to keep it in front of him. A lot has been said about the bat of Bajani, as it should. He's an excellent hitter, but he really shines defensively as well, especially getting down and blocking some of these errant pitches in the dirt.
You have a catcher like that can save you runs is just so key to have.
2-0 pitch misses just inside, so Nolan George falling behind, and both starting pitchers, George and Zapaniak, have not quite been as crisp early. There's some nerves, I'm sure, as young players making their first starts of the season, but George has been looking like he's just trying to aim it, not throw it. That's one of the things that you're taught at a young age is when you're aiming it, you can tell from the top down. Goes off speed on 3-0. Deals the changeup in for a called strike.
I think we were talking about it a little bit earlier this week, is that, really these first weekends you're going to see the offense be more in tune than the pitching. It usually takes a couple starts for the pitchers to kind of really get their confidence going.
Count 3 balls and a strike. George fires. Misses outside, a 5-pitch walk to load the bases with 1 down here in the second inning.
Now, see, like I said, that's not a bad walk. I think you walk the bases loaded with nobody out. That really adds the pressure. But you got 1 out. You got a double play in the first inning. You get one into the infield, how well this UNLV defense is, you have a great chance to get out of the inning and putting up a 0 spot on the board.
Here's Brock Vradenberg, the left-handed batting first baseman. 6'7" in the front of the box. Third baseman Al Arcani even with the bag. Double play depth all the way around otherwise. First pitch swinging and a high drive deep to left. Going back is Krizik. He's at the track, at the wall, looking up. And a grand slam from Brock Vradenberg puts Michigan State on the board in the second inning. Off the bat, about a 50-50 shot as Krizik gave it a real effort. And that one fell just over the fence in front of the scoreboard. That did not clear the fence by a lot.
No, that was a wall scraper right there. It looked like I thought it was going to stay in play, but that ball just kept carrying and carrying. Give credit to Brock Vandenberg there. His first base hit of the year is a grand slam. What a way to start your 2022 season.
Not too bad, I would say so. Vradenberg was a pinch hitter last night and recorded an out. Came in and struck out swinging in the 9th inning against Hayden Neerman, who earned the save. So base is clear. 1 down. Rebels down by 4. It's Dylan Kark, the number 9 batter, in for the first time here in the nightcap.
So now you look at it for UNLV. You had really good opportunity in the bottom of the first to get some runs in. Strike out with the Darian Williams as there's a drive again.
Yeah, Kark drives one to center field. Back is Gamble, turning around, backpedaling, tiptoeing onto the warning track, and able to make that grab any other part of the yard, and that's a very much interesting play.
And one thing here that we've mentioned before about Earl E. Wilson Stadium is that when you get a home run here, it's a legit home run. You're not gonna. There will be nobody robbing you of an extra base hit.
Yeah, those fences are tall. They are long, and 335 down the lines means big dimensions. A lot of outfield play, a lot of doubles and triples here in Earl E. Wilson Stadium. Here's the 7th batter of the inning. It's Trent Farquhar watching back-to-back balls high. So George was able to get the batter immediately following the Vradenberg grand slam, and he was able to get Farquhar to ground out to first to lead off the ball game. Fastball high, but in the zone, called for a strike, and The zone for Farquhar, maybe a bit further down, only standing 5'8", shortest player on the Michigan State starting lineup. Takes another pitch high as George misses.
And then that was kind of recapping there, obviously with UNLV striking out with runners in scoring position. Then you get in this inning here, get a runner on an infield hit, then a walk. It's just like you don't want to put too much traffic on those base paths.
Farquhar hits a line drive right to the chest of the left fielder Austin Krizik, who makes the grab, but the damage done. In the second inning, 4 runs on 3 hits, including a Brock Vredenberg grand slam, and the Rebels with some work to do offensively. James Gamble leads things off with UNLV trailing Michigan State 4-0. Along with Wyatt Tomczyk, Matt and Everett back at Earl E. Wilson Stadium. A one-out grand slam for Brock Vredenberg has the visitors up 4-0 as we enter into the bottom of the second inning. Thanks for joining us, however you may be tuned in. Gamble, Bajani, and then Jason Sharman. First 3 batters of the inning against Japaniak. First pitch swinging is Gamble. Diving grab by the shortstop Jeb. The throw down the line. Pulls Vredenberg off the bag. Tried to apply the tag, but Gamble, as quick as they come in college athletics, he's able to beat it out on what will be ruled an infield base hit. Gamble's 3rd hit of the season already.
And you look at it for Jeb, a really good play. Any other player, I think he takes his time, takes one extra step and throw it. But obviously you realize with Gamble, fastest player on this UNLV roster, you got to get that ball out quick. It wasn't a good throw, and now James Gamble, who's very active on the base paths on Fridays, on here in the second inning.
Eric Bajani, very good with runners on base. Open stance from the right side for the backstop. Meanwhile, 3 men shifted onto the left side of the infield. A swing and Bajani can't connect on the first pitch. It was really fun to watch James Gamble yesterday because he did not attempt to steal a lot last year. I was going to say he didn't attempt to steal. Bajani watches a heater. He gets one called for yet another strike. He was 4 of 4 in steal tries last year. He was 3 of 3 in yesterday's game alone.
I love that. You have somebody with elite speed. Use it to your advantage. Don't be scared of. I think the reward is more than the risk.
Especially for a guy like Gamble, not only just raw athleticism and pure speed, but a great first step and great instincts. And you can take advantage of some of these young pitchers early in the season. Catch some of them napping. The young pitcher, Japaniak, throws over to first base. Back in head first and safely is Gamble.
I was about to say, Matt, if he got tagged out on first on a pickoff, that would have been the ultimate announcer's jinx right there.
It's like they're listening. Bajani, 1 of 6 heading into this game. Came in as a defensive replacement in game 1. Takes a called strike 3. That fastball outside froze him. Japaniak working up and has 3 strikeouts here through the first inning and a third. So Gamble remains on first. Here's Jason Sharman. Sharman, the older of the 2 brothers on the roster, Desert Oasis High School graduates. Jason, the junior. He'll bat from the left side here with 1 out and 1 on in the second inning. Back to a normal defensive alignment. 2 men on each side of the infield as Sharman takes outside. One thing that we've noticed early on is Michigan State not afraid to shift to either side with regularity. I saw more shifts to the left side of the infield yesterday than in a long time as Gamble's back in safely on the pickoff.
I was going to say, obviously, you see how, what Major League Baseball does, and it kind of takes a little bit to trickle down. You don't really see shifts a lot in college baseball. Obviously, the games that I've called, this is the most I've seen a team do it, and we're only in the second inning.
They're definitely starting to more. There's another pickoff is late to first. The analytics side of it has definitely matriculated its way down to the college game, and this pre-scouting that these teams do on each other now, especially in conference play when you get into the late part of the schedule, is just so different than it used to be, even 10 years ago. This one's popped straight back from Sharman.
Obviously, one of the big things about big arguments in baseball, should we ban the shift or not?
I don't think there's a good way to litigate that, honestly. That's my big thing with it. I don't think there's a way where...
Let me tell you, it's really annoying in MLB The Show when I just hit a beautiful ground ball and it goes right to the guy in shallow right field.
A bunt drop down the third base side rolls foul. Sharman trying to catch the defense, especially the third baseman Kark napping, but kind of pushed it. You want to catch it with the bat. Sharman went out with it like he was trying to slap it. You see a lot of the slap hits in softball. This is going to be a really exciting season for both the UNLV baseball and softball teams, both picked to finish within the top two of their conference preseason.
Yeah, softball tied for first, but they had the tiebreaker with more first place votes. Really excited for them. Head coach Christy Fox and her program have really done a fabulous job since she's got here from day one. They're just trying to get over that hump, just like this UNLV baseball team. Just get over that hump and finally put that full season together where you're Mountain West champions and you get to go play in the NCAA tournament. Just like what we're seeing with the UNLV Lady Rebels we had today.
Yeah, Wyatt and I are all over campus normally, but especially this weekend. For those uninformed, who are the top 2 or 3 players to watch out for in the UNLV softball team?
I think you look at Mia Trejo, Denise Armendaris, and Maddie Schmidt on the offensive side. The pitcher for UNLV, Jenny Bressler, is an absolute ace. She, senior from Canton, Michigan, has been, she's pitched like a senior since day one, and the hitting that they have, they return so much. I mean, you look at it for baseball, just that extra year due to the shortened season back in 2020, we have a lot of super teams.
They're keeping a close eye on Gamble at first. He's back in safely once again. And here's the question in this situation with Gamble on first and a 3-2 count upcoming to Sharman. Do you start the runner in motion?
Yes, I would.
We saw the decision yesterday. Many times Gamble nearly caught leaning. A tag applied down on the leg by Vradenberg, who was falling over, and I think Gamble almost answered that question for us. He was leaning heavily prior to that pickoff by Shapaniak.
I would put him in more. At worst, it could be a walk. You know that the catcher's going to have to pop it here.
He goes, pitch inside, call for ball 4. The throw was applied down anyway. I could practice here at the beginning of the year for these East Coast teams that UNLV likes to host early on in the season because of the weather here in Las Vegas. So Gamble advances to second on the base on balls by Sharman. So good job by Jason in his first plate appearance to work the at-bat and on his way on to first with the base on balls. That'll bring up Johnny Horvat, the number 9 batter, due in for the first time.
Well, good thing that was a ball fork. I think Gamble probably would have been thrown out there a second. It was a good throw by the catcher. So thankfully right there I was a little bit wrong.
Horvat swings and slaps the first pitch straight back. I think it was an instance where everybody on the planet knew Gamble was likely going to be going. So you get your fastball. The catcher kind of sits up and is geared up, ready for it. And with the batter not swinging, it also helps.
Yeah, that was a good pop there by Williams. A really good throw.
Horvat hits a line drive right to the third baseman, Kark. Gamble was frozen, but this throw to second base to Farquhar is in time. Nothing you can do there as Horvat absolutely demolished the off-speed pitch right to the chest of Kark, who fired to Farquhar for an inning-ending 5-4 double play. So once again, the Rebels threaten, put 2 runners on base, and once again, not able to do anything with it. We're on to the third. UNLV trailing Michigan State 4-0. The Brock Vredenberg Grand Slam, the difference thus far, it's the Rebels trailing the Michigan State Spartans by a 4-0 score. Leading off here in the top of the third for the visitors is Mitch Jebb. Pleasure to have you with us. Matt Everett along with Wyatt Tomczyk here. Second game of the day, third game of a 4-game set between Michigan State and UNLV. As the third inning of work for Nolan George begins with a changeup missing outside to the left-handed batter. Jebb singled back in the first and was wiped out as part of a 4-3 inning double play. It's this one on the ground, right to the shortstop, Gianni Horvat, who goes down to a knee. A high throw, but in time. Great stretch by Hank Zeisler as well. Bearing down on him was Mitch Jebb, and a 6-3 ground out gets the third inning started.
Yeah, real unfortunate there, Matt, to end the inning. UNLV now twice that they've gotten runners on the base paths there. Got a strikeout with the Darian Williams to end the first, and then just really one of those right at him balls where, James Gamble, you're going on contact. That looked really good. A good play by the shortstop, though, to get him out.
Zaid Walker takes a...
Or third baseman, sorry.
Either or. And Walker takes the called strike. It was a scenario where Gamble wasn't even necessarily going, but he froze, which is what you're supposed to do. He had a great secondary, though, so he was far away. As Walker swings, lines one into the gap in left center. This is going to trickle all the way to the wall for an easy extra base hit for Zaid Walker. He's got the extra base hit power going in this series, and especially today. Long ball home run in the first game, and then a one-out gap shot double here in the third.
And now you start to think here for Stan Stolte and his team. Obviously, this is a doubleheader. You don't want to, really had to tax your bullpen in the first game. You used 5 overall pitchers. Now you look at it here with a runner on second. You hope that your freshman can at least put a 0 spot on the board. I would say hopefully you can get him at least 5 to 6 innings because you had to use so many people in that first game.
Jack Frank, left-handed batting right fielder today, takes a called ball one downstairs. And that was one of the things that stood out in our conversations with assistant coach Kevin Higgins preseason was just how excited they were about not only having, like we've been talking about, the veteran leadership and all their guys coming back, but just the overall depth in the bullpen is different than what they're used to. Line drive, left field. That'll drop in for a base hit in front of Austin Krizik. Rounding third, getting the stop sign from the manager Jake Boss will be Zaid Walker. So Frank advances the runner 90 feet. He's on first base with his second single and 2 at-bats. Runners on the corners with 1 out. George looking to induce a ground ball off the bat of Casey Mays, working his way around to the left-handed batter's box.
That was an unfortunate stop there by the third base coach. Krizik had bobbled the ball there momentarily. I think if you send Walker, you have a really good chance there to score at the plate. But, like I said, we said in the beginning on a 3-0 count, you're just playing it safe. It's the beginning of the game. You're facing off against a freshman pitcher who is obviously struggling right now to get the outs.
George out of the stretch. First pitch swinging is Mays. Foul ball knocked straight back. Mays doubled in his only other plate appearance and then was one of the 4 total runs brought around on the Vredenberg Grand Slam. Mays a 289 batter last year. Was 2 for 4 in the opening game of the 2022 season yesterday. Quick throw to first base is not in time. Mays back in head first and safely.
And you mentioned talking there with Coach Higgy that they felt really good with the depth in the bullpen. That was the last few years under head coach Stan Stolte, we've seen some really good offenses. I mean, highlight Bryson Stott, who was a first-round draft pick, Nick Ames. Jack Thomas Wold, who was a great first baseman last year for UNLV, they had the hitting, but they would just get into these certain situations in Mountain West tournament time where they had to play the elimination game, and they're just throwing guys out that they just have the confidence at, and they just would run out of steam. So I think that's good to hear that they have the pitching depth.
Runner fakes a steal from first. It's a foul ball knocked straight down through the legs off the bat of Casey Mays. Yeah, as much fun as it sounds, you can't play every game 12-10. You get burned out eventually, both offensively and defensively. So
it's probably so deflating, when you get a game where you score, 8-10 runs, you feel like you should win every single time, and it's like, man, we're having to go toe-to-toe here. It's so tough as an offensive player.
Count, no balls and 2 strikes. Quick throw to first base. Back in standing is Frank. Yeah, the one series that stands out to me, I'm sure those that were at some of these games last year remember that Washington State series where every game was 20, 30 total runs scored, 4+ hours. That was kind of a microcosm of some of the bullpen struggles a year ago. Changeup outside. George just doesn't seem to have the finish on those changeups. It's a lot of times a developing pitch for even a collegiate athlete, but that changeup's a really tough one to develop because of how much contact the hand has with the ball. So much can go wrong. 1-2 pitch, laced into center. Gamble heading over into the right center field gap. He makes the catch, retiring the second out of the inning, but tagging up from third and scoring without a throw will be Zaid Walker. Score that one, a sacrifice fly to center in your scorecard at home as Mays earns his first RBI of the game and moves the Michigan State lead to 5-0 here in the top of the third inning of Game 2 today.
Yeah, unfortunately. Gamble didn't get a good read on that one. He broke in first and then had a step back and then slipped and fell before he went to go throw it. I don't think he was going to have a chance, but it was didn't have the best route there on that fly ball.
Yeah, that was one off the bat that you knew was going to be deep enough. He really stung it, but it was almost right to Speedy Gamble in center. Prior to the first pitch to Peter On, a quick snap throw to first sends Jack Frank back in diving. On popped out to a Darian Williams just behind first base for the first out of the second inning. Stands tall in the left-handed batter's box. Outfielder swings, and it's a foul ball out of play down the left field side.
I think now, Matt, you look at it for UNLV. We mentioned they've had 4 base runners on the base pass in the first 2 innings. They got to find a way to get some runs here in the third. Try to get this momentum back. Obviously, you're deflated after blowing a lead against Michigan State to start the day off. Now you're down 5-0. You're in danger of having this game get really ugly.
Another throw to first. They're really keeping a close eye on Frank. He's back in head first and safely. Frank, 3 steals and 5 tries last year. He had an absolute tank of a home run in the 5th inning yesterday. Cleared the right field fence in a hurry and nearly took out the 335 club. Runner goes. 0-1 pitch is called a ball outside. Throw down is there, but Gianni Horvat was a bit late. The shortstop with a late break. It is the shortstop's ball there with the left-handed batter up.
Yeah, that was a really, really late break. It was a good throw by Bajani, right on a line. If Horvat, is able to break when he's supposed to, I think they get the runner out there. That was kind of surprising. Do you think you kind of got confused that it was a left-handed batter?
I think Frank just took everybody by surprise. I don't think that after all those pickoff attempts they were expecting him to go. He had a shortened lead. That was one swung on and missed. Pitch in the dirt will advance the runner. They're going to say no foul ball is on. Took a swing and miss. And that ball took a weird bounce off the knee guard of Bajani and went back out into the infield. So that'll be a stolen base to move Frank to second and then a wild pitch to move him to third. Everybody deep in the infield with 2 down. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, ripped but foul. He pulled it down the first base side and the UNLV bull out to retrieve. Going to be keeping an eye down there as George laboring to get third inning in his first college start. 5-0 Michigan State on top. 5 runs on 5 hits, nothing on 2 base hits. For pitch back our way. To the screen it goes. Of course, Wyatt and I were both on separate. We'll add of the San Jose State loss to the UNLV earlier this afternoon. Wyatt on the radio. I was on Cox Yearview, the local feed. Action right now against Colorado State. Checks the swing. It's a called strike 3. Peter On set down on strikes. It's the first punch out for Nolan George of this. Does give up another run. Michigan State with a run on 2 hits, including a Zaid Walker double and a Casey Mays sacrifice fly. Bottom of the third coming up. Top of the UNLV lineup when we return. It's Michigan State 5, UNLV 0. Another run tacked on for Michigan State as visiting Spartans leading over UNLV by a 5-0 score. Top of the lineup set to get things going for the home side is Rylan Charles, Diego Alarcon, and Austin Krizik will come up to bat against the right-hander Ryan Japaniak in his first college start, who deals a strike to the left-handed batting Charles. Japaniak, in his senior year at Woodhaven High School last year in Woodhaven, Michigan, 4-0 with a 1.05 ERA. Misses wide here. In 6 games all starts, 26 2/3 innings tossed for the right-hander. Gave up just 4 earned runs. He struck out 63 batters and walked 5. Strike zone filler if nothing else as Charles lofts this one to shallow right field. 3 men shifted over there. It'll be the second baseman Trent Farquhar with both feet on the cut of the outfield grass to settle underneath it and make the grab. First out of the third comes on the Charles pop out. He's 0 for 2 on the contest. Brings up Diego Alarcon, the third baseman rather, working his way around to the third base side.
Yeah, I mentioned him obviously in that top of the third inning. This is an inning for UNLV. Really want to get some runs. You want to feel a little bit good here right now because it's a 5-0 deficit after that blown lead in the first game.
First pitch, ground ball, left side, picked up by the third baseman Dylan Kark. Throw across the diamond is in time. One third baseman grounds out to another, and quickly 2 up and 2 away here in the third.
And give credit, Matt, to the infield for Michigan State. They've made some really, really nice plays. You saw that line out to end the second inning. Another nice pick there from third. You know, you want to be sharp and clean as an infield, and right now Michigan State really impressed with what I'm seeing here.
2 outs and nobody on for Austin Krizik. Right-handed batting left fielder with no batting gloves in the old school look. Watches a hard-running pitch on the inside. Comes in over the inner half for a called strike. Krizik walked back in the first inning. One of 2 walks issued thus far by Japaniak to go along with 3 punch-outs. There's that breaking ball again. This one stays just inside. Krizik saw it out of the hand. That's how you can tell because he did not immediately duck out of the way. That thing started at the hip. But if you pick the spin up out of the hand and you know it's supposed to cut, again, supposed to cut, you don't get out of the way as quickly as Japaniak deals another breaking ball, this time on the outside for a called strike.
Yeah, supposed to cut either that or you were going to get, as looked like the home plate umpire is sending a warning at one of UNLV's players on the bench. I don't know. He just violently just pointed over to his right.
Oftentimes it's a couple of guys spilling out of the end of a full dugout as Krizik takes high.
You kind of had that yesterday with Michigan State. I believe they had like a whole platoon going out to the bullpen.
Yeah, and you could tell immediately because as soon as there was some discussion about it, you saw about 4 or 5 bodies hustling down to the bullpen down the left field side. Krizik fights this pitch off the hands and fouls it off down the right field line. Just a quick check-in on the running Rebels, leading over the Colorado State Rams 17-15. 7 minutes and 15 seconds to go, still early in the first half. Right on right matchup with the infield deep. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Krizik and misses. He can't catch up. Ball. Japaniak quick and efficient here in the third inning. Goes 1-2-3. Ends it on a punch out of Austin Krizik. We've played 3. The Rebels trail by 5. Earl E. Wilson in a moment. Parkway Tavern, official partner of UNLV Athletics, official home of Rebels on the road. With over 250 beers, 24/7 gaming, and 5 Valley locations, there's no better place to catch the game than Parkway Tavern. They just opened up the new one on Decatur and Flamingo. Go check it out. Matt Neverett along with Wyatt Tomczyk here from Earl E. Wilson Stadium, officially in the third of the second game of a twin bill between Michigan State and UNLV. It'll be the bottom third of the lineup for the visitors to get it going. 7, 8, and 9 comprised of Christian Williams, Brock Vredenberg, and Dylan Kark. Williams, the catcher, squares to bunt, pulls it back on a fastball high from Nolan George. Michigan State tacked on a run in the top of the third. UNLV went down in order in the bottom. This one's crushed high and deep to left center field. Heading into the gap is Gamble. Slams on the brakes, reaches up, makes the grab. No more sun to battle with, and we're fully lit by the stadium lights as Williams pops out to Gamble in center field. A good comeback for George. I think if they can get him through 4, that may be the end of the line, but if he can get through 4, it would be an accomplishment after that second inning.
Yeah, see some action in the bullpen for UNLV. I mentioned earlier, hopefully 5. But, this is an important inning for Nolan George to put up a 0 spot on the board here and keep this game as close as you possibly can with the Rebels down 5-0.
First pitch in the dirt to the 6'7" first baseman Brock Vredenberg, who is the guilty party of the grand slam back in the second inning. It broke this game open, and then the tack-on run in the meeting. He takes a fastball high. Kind of an obscured view down to the bullpen. Looks like it could be Jimmy Gamboa, wearing number 48. Gamboa warming up in the pen as Vredenberg knocks this one back. Count 2 balls and a strike to the first baseman. That grand slam barely cleared the fence and left. And Vredenberg did not homer last year. It was a shortened season overall for Michigan State, but a big body finally getting some playing time. He appeared as the pinch hitter yesterday. Out of the full line, this one's laced straight back to the screen to even up the count at 2-2.
Yeah, it was a wall scraper to say at best. I mean, unfortunately there for Nolan George, if that ball is hit maybe 2 feet less, this is probably a different ballgame. That definitely scores a run off a sacrifice fly, but man, what could have been?
Pitch high, and to be high on a 6'7" strike zone, you got to be up there. But if there was a play to be made, you trust Austin Krizik in that situation. He made an outstanding play up against the fence in the left field corner yesterday, where he almost crashed into it going full speed. Vredenberg pops one up left side. Drifting into the outfield is Alarcon, third baseman, called off by the shortstop Horvat as he's able to hustle in and make the catch in fair ground. So 2 up and 2 away for Nolan George. If he's able to get through 4, if he's able to go 1, 2, 3 here in the 4th, could change things in the 5th inning. We'll see. It's Dylan Kark batting, 2 outs and nobody on here in the top half of the 4th inning.
Looking at it here, Matt, what do you got for his pitch count right now for Mr. George? Oh, nope, sorry. My apologies.
We'll have it in the half inning. Kark with a fly out to center field, deep to center field. You remember he followed up the Vredenberg home run with a moonshot to the warning track, 400 feet and straight away center field. First pitch taken for a called ball downstairs. Kark wearing number 2, 6'1", 190-pounder out of White Lake, Michigan. A lot of Michiganders on the roster. Swing and a miss. Count 1 ball and 1 strike to the third baseman. In the first game yesterday, he was 0 for 2 with a walk before he was lifted for the pinch hitter. It was Vredenberg that pinch hit for him as he takes a pitch down low. And then in the early game today, Kark did not play, had the day off. It's interesting with the doubleheaders, especially this year. Ground ball yanked into his own dugout down the third base line. Another thing that we talked ad nauseum about with Coach Kevin Higgins before the season started was how nice it is to be back on a more traditional college schedule. May not make a difference to some new coaches, some younger guys, but for the grizzled veterans of Division I baseball, it makes a difference. As this one's taken for a called strike 3, Kark set down on strikes. Nolan George, a great comeback frame. His second punch out ends the 4th in a 1-2-3 fashion. Side retired in order. Hank Zeisler leads off when we return, trying to get some offense started for the UNLV Rebels, who trail Michigan State 5-0. Night baseball here at Earl E. Wilson Stadium as the second game of a twin bill. 5-0 score for the visiting Michigan State Spartans. Hank Zeisler, left-handed batting first baseman, takes a called strike on the inner third. Zeisler struck out swinging in his only prior at-bat. We were talking during his last at-bat about just how rare it is for a D3 transfer to go D1 and have some success as he chops this one to the first baseman, Vradenberg. He'll stick the hand up to call off the pitcher as gets the first out on the 3 unassisted ground ball. 0 for 2 here in the nightcap. We were here during the Meet the Rebels team event last week. There was an inter-squad scrimmage. Zeisler was a guy that stood out right away. He's just a unique look, similar in a way to Jack Thomas Wald. Fields like him, too. Made some outstanding grab at base. Here's a Darian Williams from the right. There's the breaking ball that stays inside. Japaniak, no aversion to throwing that inside, trying to come in through the front door.
You mentioned, kind of like Jack Thomas Wald. If he can produce the same numbers as Jack, you don't have to be happy with it. Jack was an absolute beast for UNLV in his time.
He worked out well for him, drafted by the Mets.
If I'm not mistaken, how many rounds was it last year? Was it back to a regular?
This year's draft was regular. Years ago was 5.
So the one he got drafted in that was a regular draft.
Normal draft.
Okay.
And the proposed condition during the lockout, obviously the big talking points. A 20-round draft, I think that's a fair number. As Williams watches outside, you hear in the olden days you get the 45th round.
Yeah.
5 is too little. 40 is too much. I think 20 is a nice round number because it's not like the guys that don't get drafted can't play. You just get signed as a free agent with no bonus.
After this pitch here,
it's Williams, third base side.
I like it, because I think what it does is it helps out the Division I programs and college programs as well. Sometimes you get the idea like, oh man, I was drafted in the 30th or 35th round. I get my opportunity to play minor league baseball. I think here now is that you can keep talent. Maybe a lot of high school guys may want to go get the opportunity to play college baseball.
Darian Williams takes a called strike 3. It's the 5th punch out for the right-hander Japaniak. First start of the year. 2 outs, nobody on for Gamble as the right-handed batting center fielder stands in. But with that 5-round draft, it really created a logjam, not only at the level but at the junior college level, because guys that were either A, going to get drafted sometime after the 5th round, or B, their prospects changed because of where they were forced to transfer to. Gamble takes the first pitch in.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at it for really every sport in collegiate athletics is that, these incoming freshmen, or like you said, guys, that, they're getting recruited to replace a player, and all of a sudden, there's a logjam. It's like, hey, sorry, this guy's still here. Obviously, he was our star player. I'm not going to start you over him. So it becomes a lot of unhappiness, you would say, for a lot of freshmen, that you may see more transfers as well.
Yeah, it definitely changed a lot of things. Not like you can necessarily hold a lot of it against, the teams, the coaches, the recruiting staffs. Here's the 2-strike pitch to James Gamble as he takes a fastball well outside. Bottom of the 4th with 2 down. Gamble singled in his only other at-bat back in the 2nd to lead things off. He was stranded on 2nd. Swings here, can't catch up to the fastball. Another 1-2-3 inning for Japaniak, who's now retired 7 Rebels in a row. We've played 4, the Rebels down 5. Back with the top of the 5th when we return to Earl E. Wilson Stadium. Intermountain Health, be a part of your Las Vegas life, and more importantly, here to help you live and even have Intermountain Healthcare, official healthcare partner of UNLV Athletics. Along with Wyatt Tomczyk, Matt Neverett here from Earl E. Wilson Stadium. Michigan State riding the strength of a Brock grand slam home run in the second inning. To the tune of a 5-0 lead. Top of the lineup set to get things going for the visitors. First pitch swinging, a backhand grab by the first baseman, Zeisler. Nice athletic play from Nolan George, and he'll work to hustle over. Score that one 3-1 on the putout of Farquhar at first base. And we were talking about the defense of Zeisler during the inter-squad scrimmage last week and showing it off there early. That thing was a laser beam right at him.
Yeah, really nice play there, nice backhand, unassisted. You know, those are first base is it's a tough position to play. What was it, Moneyball? When they said it's extremely hard to play. So that's a nice play there by the first baseman, Zeisler, there to.
Here's the shortstop, Mitch Jebb, 1 of 2 on the evening as he takes a breaking ball down low. I think the fact that Nolan is back out for the 5th means that he's earned some trust and curried some favor within this coaching staff. As he deals out of the full wind here, right-hander's pitch in the dirt.
Well, I think obviously that it was good that he got a 0 spot on the board, but I just wonder, you know, UNLV having to kind of tax their in the first game, but it kind of made a decision like, hey, you know, you're going to have to take kind of a lick in there. We don't have the depth right now, you know, with so many people that we used on today. And I don't quite have the number. How many did we use on Friday for UNLV?
Yesterday, 3 pitchers. It was Ibarra, Rupp, and Neerman.
Okay.
All went multiple.
Okay, yeah.
And Gamboa, who's still warming up down the right field line, he's a guy that can definitely go multiple innings. George fires, misses low again. Walks the number 2 batter in the lineup on 4 pitches. So Jebb on for the second time today. 1 of 2 officially, and that brings up Zaid Walker, who doubled and scored back in the 3rd inning, was the tack-on run. Brought the Michigan State run tally to 5.
Obviously, Matt, I just want to, obviously something that's been kind of bothering me a little bit, but take time and say, everyone watching, very, very sorry that the camera feed has not been to the expectations that you guys were hoping to see. Obviously, we're trying to get it fixed, but none of us here really are, you know, pros at what we do, except Tommy and Matt here. We're good at talking, but we don't know really much about the computer or about the cameras. So we really, really are sorry. We're trying the best here as announcers, just try to make the sound as best as we can here, and hopefully we can get it fixed as quickly as possible. 6
home games on campus between 4 UNLV sports today. As the throw down to first base, Jebb back in head first and safely. The Runnin' Rebels, the basketball squad, leading over Colorado State in the first half. Walker curled up on the back of the right-handed batter's box. Swings late, and the runner was going. He's forced to head back to first base as Jebb is going to have to take a long walk back to first. That's some of the more frustrating instances for a base runner is when you are stealing, especially on like a 3-2 count with 2 outs at the end of an inning, and then you just keep fouling it off at the plate. You end up getting your cardio in about a 2-minute stretch.
You're yelling at you guys, just put it in play, please, dude. Help me out here.
It doesn't matter if you get a hit, just stop the bleeding. As he fires over to first, and Jebb with 4 stolen bases last year. Speedy shortstop, Farquhar and Jebb at the top of the lineup. The middle infield for this young Michigan State team. 28 freshmen and sophomore combined. The pitch out as Bajani looks to first. And no movement from the base runner Jebb with 1 down. Count a ball and 2 strikes to Zaid Walker. He'll take a look down the third base sign and get the series of signs from the third base coach Graham Sykes. George comes set looking at first base. He rocks and fires. Another pitch out on 1-2. Bajani very cognizant of the runner at first.
You don't really see 2 straight pitch outs like that. And really, is that Bajani is like, it's right when in the windup, he's like now moving over to his right, so it's not really kind of deking the runner there.
Yeah, I could see it on 0-2. Yeah, that second one was a bit of a surprise. We'll see what Jebb does here. Average lead at first base. They're going to fire over there. Zeisler popped the tag on him after he had already slid in head first and safely. Middle infield at double play depth. George conceivably 1 pitch away if he can get a ground ball. Another step off the back of the mound. I think that's just more to reset himself there. That was not anything having to do with Mitch Jebb over at first base.